me.
Or how about this background? This one, I like this one.
Even. Oh, that's even better. Oh my gosh, that is
Come on,
so cool.
You know where this is, right?
Well, the racetrack
Fairgrounds.
drive.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool.
Sorry, I gotta show off.
Yeah. You're making me look bad.
I'll hook you up with some pictures.
Oh, it's
No, I got some nice pictures of Maine.
I don't know how to do that.
I was going to put the Godzilla background up, but I stuck with the beach.
Yeah, I like it when Steve says he's retiring to the library.
That's my favorite one.
It is too, mine too.
Right, so
Kathy,
Yes.
okay, do we have a full board? I have, so far, I've seen Val, Diane, Stephen. There's a load of people on, obviously, but.
yes.
We're the only ones from
Right.
From the HDC, that's it?
yeah.
Yep. You only have Ray, Diane, Val, and Steven right now.
And yourself.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, we can get started and go through the boilerplate stuff. Hillary? Can Hillary?
He was here.
She's
I know, I
here.
saw her. She
There
might
she is.
because,
There she is.
He's here.
all right, who?
Hillary.
Oh, I was just gonna say, just as a procedural thing, Hillary needs to open her meeting. Now, she doesn't need to do it right away because we have to run through the consent with conditions and signs. So there's a little bit of time, but rather than do that when we get to that part of the discussion, Hillary, if you can hear me, maybe you could open your meeting, but I'm not sure how this whole Zoom thing works, whether you can do that independently with your own board and then we do ours separately.
Yes.
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 I can put everybody in a breakout room, I guess if I have to, but I was thinking maybe we could just read the script once and I could just call my meeting to order and go through the roll call and then you.
Well, I have no objections, although I would be reading the members off for both boards then, correct? I don't know whether that's.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I believe Hillary just calls her meeting to order, calls her board members off, and then you do the same.
Oh.
As far as the new.
And then in terms of the boilerplate, it's obviously all going to be the
It's the
same.
same.
Okay,
Yeah.
that sounds good. That's very reasonable.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm going to call the first part of our meeting to order. Okay. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Val Oliver.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane Coombs.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen Welch.
Aye.
Thank you, Stephen. And this is the chair, Ray Pohl, speaking. Do we have anyone else from our board on at the moment, or is that it?
No, that's it for now.
Okay, very good. So moving along, staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Present.
Thank you. Holly Bacchus.
Present.
Very good. Thank you. Anticipated speakers, as we've heard before, will be announced when it's their time to speak at that portion of the agenda. Okay. Hillary, your turn.
Thank you, Ray. Okay, this is Hillary Hedges-Grayford, Chair of the Nantucket Historical Commission, and I'd like to call to order a meeting of the Nantucket Historical Commission, meeting jointly with the HDC. Members, when I call your name, just respond that you're here and that you can hear me. Tom Montgomery.
Here.
Clement Durkees.
Here.
Great.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute for a second. I'm
Great.
here.
Mickey Rowland,
Here.
Georgia Raceman,
Here.
Angus McLeod,
Here.
Ben Silver.
I think you meant David, present.
I'm sorry, David Silver. Thank you.
Great.
Ben Norman. Looking at Ben, is Ben Norman here? Okay. I'm not sure if we're going to be expecting Ben. And I'm not sure if we're going to have Susan Handy, our new alternate commissioner. Okay, so Ben and Susan might join us later, and I know our third alternate, Don, is not joining us, but all of the appointed members of the commission are here.
Well, here comes Abby.
Yeah, I just want to let the record reflect that Abby Camp from the HCC has joined us. Abby, when I call your name, Abby, just say present. She muted? Oh, unmute.
Unmute. Okay, present.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'm going to read something to do with the conducting of this remote meeting. Good afternoon. This is an open meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission and the Nantucket Historical Commission being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of COVID-19. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings. And as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely, so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment, I don't believe. Kathy, could you just substantiate that? I don't believe it's going to include public comment.
Or Holly.
I would
Yeah.
say, Mr. Chair, out of the discussion points, then have public discussion based on those discussions. If that makes any sense.
Well, there's no one at this time that we can call, correct? So
Correct, correct.
we'll just include the names as they come up. For this meeting, the Nantucket Historic District Commission and the Nantucket Historical Commission are convening by video conference via Zoom app posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to hear you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available to the town's website unless noted otherwise. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless the chair notes otherwise. Now turning to the first item on the agenda. That would be the HCC agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking. And please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait for the chair to yield the floor and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation other than with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourselves. And finally, as you all know, each vote tonight will be taken, will be done by roll call vote. Okay, that is the initial. And now, if I could ask for a motion from a member of my board to approve tonight's agenda.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Val. Okay, roll call vote on that will be Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
thank you, and Val.
Aye.
And chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, first order of business. We do have public comment. Is there any public comment that's come in now? If not, I'm going to move right along to consent with the understanding that if anything comes in subsequently, we can go back and address it.
No, sir.
Anything? Okay, great. So we're going to move from public comment to consent. Let's see, does anyone need to recuse from consent? I do not believe so. So,
No, not that I see.
no, I don't see anything either, Diane. Who just made that motion?
Abby.
Abby, okay, great. Thank you, Abby. The motion is to approve the consent agenda. Stephen?
Quick review. Aye.
You good?
Yep.
Yes, okay. Diane?
Yes.
Thank you. Val?
Aye.
Great. Abby, your motion?
Aye.
Thank you, and chairs in favor, motion carries. Consent with conditions, we have 3. I don't think we have any recusals on those either. Can I have a motion?
I
Motion,
make a motion to approve 1 through 3.
Thank you, Diane. Val?
aye.
Thank you. Stephen?
Aye.
Thank you. Abby?
Aye.
Diane, are you in favor of your motion?
Aye.
Great.
Aye,
Chairs
aye,
in
aye.
favor, motion carries. All right, we're killing it. All right. Now we have the Ben Norman sign hour. So Kathy, can you tell us what the story is from sign committee on?
So signs 1 through 11 were held for revisions.
Okay.
That's easy.
Can I have a
To
motion?
hold all the signs 1 through 11 for
Very good.
revisions.
Okay. Thank you for that motion, Abby. Stephen?
I concur.
Thank you. Diane?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, now we're on to our joint meeting with the Nantucket Historical Commission. So Hillary, would you like to introduce the members of your group? That seems to be the first item on our list.
Yes, I would, and thank you very much, Chairman Cole. So we put together a presentation that was distilled from some work that we did when we met last Friday and talked about our goals. So what I'd like to do is perhaps share my screen, share the presentation where I'll present the first part of the presentation, which is about who we are and, you know, just a little bit of very brief history about the Historical Commission. And then I know we can hear from Lisa Craig and hear about the MVP. And then we can maybe come back to the rest of the presentation about our goals and some of the other things on the agenda. Would that be okay with everybody?
That sounds great, Hillary. Thank you.
Hillary, I can share your presentation.
Well, I made a few changes, Holly, so would it be okay if I shared my screen?
Not a problem.
Thank you. Can everybody see my screen that says Nantucket Historical Commission?
Yes. One very small thing, Hillary.
Yeah.
Can you move your image a little bit to the left, because my screen has all the, you know, sort of the videos of the various participants. If you moved it a little bit over to the left, then I could see both.
So it's actually done automatically by Zoom, but if you mouse over that window on your right where all the videos are, you can click on the little dash that hides the thumbnail video, and you can also drag that around.
Oh. Aha, that's fantastic. Okay, great. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Okay, so So I want to start just with a very quick origin story of the Nantucket Historical Commission. This commission has been around for a year, but we're more than just a year old, and there's a little history that's illustrative, I think. So the NHC was created by an act at town meeting in 2005, and the sponsor, it was created by a citizens warrant, and the sponsor was Aaron Markovich, who I'm sure a number of you remember. He was an assistant HCC administrator at the time, and he launched the citizens warrant because he wanted to increase funding for planning and surveying of historic structures and archaeological sites. I'm sorry, was someone trying to say something?
No.
Okay, great. And so the enabling legislation that was adopted is actually a standard Massachusetts general law. It's MGL 40 section 8D, which gives a local town the authority to establish a historical commission. So the idea of a historical commission came a little bit later than a historic district commission. Massachusetts was quite ahead of its time, mainly with activity from Nantucket and Beacon Hill. So in Massachusetts, the enabling legislation or the establishment of historic districts started in 1955, as you all know. The Massachusetts Historical Commission was created in 1963. And the laws that allowed broad creation of historic districts across the Commonwealth, those were created in 1960. So that just gives you a little bit of a timeline, an idea of the evolution of how these things were established. So after a period of not being active, the NHC was reactivated and fully appointed by the Select Board in 2019. So we just had our 1-year anniversary. We have grown a little bit, and I'll just run you through very quickly, everybody. I can't actually see all of the pictures of everybody, but you can wave and scroll around on the videos and see everyone. So my name is Hillary Hedges Rayport. I'm the chair of the commission. I don't have any formal preservation training. I live in a historic home with a preservation easement on it. I actually have a business background, so I view myself very much as enabling this commission, organizing the commission, working with the staff, setting priorities. Those are my kinds of strengths, in addition to a love of Nantucket. Angus McLeod is our vice chair. He's a preservation architect. He's won many preservation awards, and he serves on the Historic Structure Advisory Board. David Silver is our secretary. He has a history background, and he works at Maury People, so he brings a little bit of a different perspective. Georgia Raisman is a commissioner. She is a full-time Nantucket resident and helped establish the Nantucket Preservation Trust nearly 20 years ago, and also launched the Preservation Easement Program there. Clement Durkee is also a Nantucket resident. Clement lives in Sconset, and she's president of the Sconset Trust. Mickey Rowland, longtime architect on Nantucket, member of the Historic Structures Advisory Board, member of the Commission on Disabilities, and member of the Traffic Safety Advisory Board. Thomas Murray Montgomery, self-taught historian, Nantucket native, has played many roles on the island and brings lots of different perspectives. Ben Normand is an alternate commissioner. Ben is also a preservation-oriented architect and has worked for Mickey Rowland before Mickey retired. As retired as practice, I hope that's the official billing, Mickey, that you like to have say. I don't know, maybe you're not completely retired, but apologies for that. Don DeMichelle is not here right now, but he's also an alternate. And Don is a marketing professional, works at Procter & Gamble, but has also served as a select board in other communities in Massachusetts, select board member, and has a wonderful organizational bent. Susan Handy is a new alternate. She is just going to be sworn in the next couple of days. But she's really the longest standing member of our commission because she was around when the commission was created, and she, in addition to running 2 fabulous restaurants, is an archaeologist by training. Our staff member and staff liaison is Polly Backus, who is our, as you know, our preservation planner, and who also supports your commission, the HCC. We've also formed an advisory and resource board. So this is breaking news. We formed this board at the beginning of June. We just wanted to have, to formalize a relationship with a few of the many deeply experienced historians, preservation architects, and preservation builders on the island. And I want to give very sincere thanks to all of these individuals: Dr. Fran Kartunen, Betsy Tyler, Michael May, Mary Bergman, Marty Hilton, Brian Pfeiffer, and Ken Austin, for stepping forward, being part of this board, and being available when we have questions, when we have specific projects, when we need a little help, or when we just want to be advised. We're really excited about this board and bringing a deeper experience to the NHC. I want to talk just quickly about historical commissions versus historic district commissions, because there can be confusion. I don't think there's really confusion on this board, but I do think maybe in general in the community there's some confusion. So this is not just a Nantucket thing. This is a Commonwealth of Massachusetts thing, and beyond in other states. A historical commission is the municipal agency responsible for ensuring preservation concerns are considered in community planning and development decisions. So historical commissions protect historic assets through surveying, advocacy, and education, whereas the HCC, as you know, is primarily concerned with design review. So you would only have an HDC if you had a historic district where the appearance of structures is protected and subject to review. So making sure that any changes don't detract from a district's historic character. Just a little bit of background, there's over 340 local, sorry, I meant to say there's over 340 local historical commissions in Massachusetts. Nearly every town in Massachusetts has a historical commission, and there's about 220 local historic districts. And in some communities, these functions are combined, and in others, they're separate. I think it's probably fairly unusual to have the historic district precede the historical commission. Usually a historical commission is formed and then they apply to create the historic district. And Nantucket, of course, is the other way around. But I think the important thing is that it's working together. The NHC and the HCC is the local municipal preservation authority on Nantucket. And the last thing I wanted to go over before introducing the mission statement are just typical functions of historical commissions in Massachusetts, because I think there is some question of, well, what do historical commissions usually do? And what should historical commissions do on Nantucket? And this is something that, you know, the NHC was formed, and we're talking about this amongst ourselves and with Holly's guidance. You know, what's the right role for a historical commission, and what's the right role on Nantucket for a historical commission? So this is information that comes from the Massachusetts Historical Commission. So what we typically do would be surveying historic properties, structures, burial grounds, so putting together surveys. The first step always in protecting something is knowing what it is and documenting it. Nominating properties to the National Register of Historic Places, planning for rehabilitation of municipally owned properties. There's special grants for that purpose. Reviewing federally and state funded projects for local impact. This would be the Section 106 review that you have heard about and participated in. Educating the public about historic assets and preservation. That can be a big role in some communities. Nantucket has such a history of strong nonprofits like the Historical Association and the NPT that will probably do less at the NHC of educating, but it's a big role in other communities. Advising the select board, the planning board, advising you, the HDC, and other local leaders about preservation issues. We are an advisory board, not a regulatory board. But we do get involved with some regulation. So we could propose new legislation for the protection of historic assets. We could create new bylaws. We could, we could propose the creation of new bylaws, and we could propose the alteration of existing bylaws. for the purpose of preservation. I just want to take a quick break before I introduce our mission statement. Did anyone want to make a comment or ask a question?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Yeah.
Great. All right, so we worked on a mission statement. We adopted this last Friday. So the Nantucket Historical Commission serves the public by protecting the National Historic Landmark of Nantucket. Nantucket's historic assets include not only structures erected prior to 1975, but the setting and context of these structures, the American and Native American artifacts, and the island's special visual quality as expressed in the natural and built environment. The NHC advises the Select Board on matters of preservation and works with Nantucket's preservation planner, planning director, and other municipal agencies. It creates plans and guidelines for historic preservation, directs surveys of buildings and lands of archaeological and historic significance, and advocates through the Select Board on issues of historic preservation. The NHC complements the local Historic District Commission, which is Nantucket's regulatory architectural review board. It also liaises with the Massachusetts Historical Commission and local preservation and conservation nonprofits. So we wanted to say, why we exist, what we do, and how we do it. And we chose certain words that I just want to highlight. So we chose the word artifacts. So the Historical Commission is concerned with what's historic and less about how something looks and more about, is it really historic? So something that is a replica is not historic. I'll give you an example. I think there are 5 structures on the National Register of Historic Places on Nantucket. And one of those structures was put on that National Register in 1980, I think it was 1984, and that's Great Point Lighthouse. And then it was removed because that lighthouse was washed away, and what's there now is a replica. So just because something is a replica, it's different from being an artifact. It doesn't matter if something can be seen from a public way for it to be historic or of concern to us. We're also concerned about the natural and built environment. And that's, I think, specific to Nantucket because Nantucket is a National Historic Landmark, the entire island, and certain attributes of the island, everything about the island are called out in that National Historic Landmark document, and the natural environment as well as our structures and their context are called out. Advises the Select Board, so we are advisory, and that's a very important part of our identity. And we create plans and guidelines for historic preservation. So this is some of the most important things that we do. We complement the work of the Historic District Commission. And then the last thing I want to emphasize is this number 1975. So I think a lot of people think of, oh, Nantucket, what's historic there is the 18th century whaling town. But there's a lot that's happened on Nantucket through the years. And the National Historic Landmark recognizes and names the period of significance historically in the country and the world of Nantucket as being up to 1975. And interestingly, that was specifically because of the remarkable preservation activity that happened in 1975 and the revivalist architecture that kept things looking the way they do now and the way we expect Nantucket to look, as opposed to, building strip malls and motels that look like the mainland, things like trapped lights, things like that. Okay, so I'll pause there and turn it over.
One question, Hillary?
Yes.
Can I ask you one question relative to the 1975 number?
Yes.
So our board has debated this back and forth for a while. So is that a number that's going to keep sort of progressing? In other words, 10 years from now, the number will be 1985? Or what I'm just, maybe there's no answer, but I'm just curious as to your view.
Yeah, so yes and no. So the answer is the period of significance, the answer is no. It won't keep progressing unless we do another update to the National Historic Landmark or something really significant happens here.
Okay.
But when you talk about at this level of structures, and what's historic, I think that does change, because, you know, there's a standard for what is considered there's a standard, as you know, for when a structure is considered potentially historic and potentially worth saving, potentially notable or worth saving, and that's 50 years. So if we were talking about cars, a car can be considered a classic after 30 years. With buildings, it's 50 years generally. And that doesn't mean that every building that's 50 years old is going to be, you know, considered important or worth saving. It just means that if it's stuck around for 50 years, it's still here, you know, it's in a historic district. We should probably take a look at it and figure out if it's worth saving. So that's a generally accepted standard. So with very few exceptions, would a structure be, for instance, nominated to the National Register of Historic Places unless it was at least 50 years old? But there were some exceptions to that, like the Kennedy Space Center, you know, because it was so significant. Or another example that's been explained to me are the artist shacks in the dune shacks in Provincetown. They were accelerated before they were 50 years old because people were worried that they were disappearing. They were threatened, and they seemed significant enough that they were nominated to and accepted on the registry. So there's some exceptions, but generally it's a guideline. But that kind of, so there's a period of significance it's not going to change, but then there's significant structures that actually has a time limited guideline. And of course, history doesn't have an endpoint. So we're constantly evaluating.
Right. Thank you.
So I'll just say that I do have some goals for today's meeting when we get back to our portion of the presentation. That we just want to talk a little bit about, bring you all up to speed about what we've done to date, and then talk about the goals for the future. We have a ton of goals, but everyone has to prioritize. So we prioritize becoming a certified local government, and we prioritize surveys and planning. So updating our surveys, updating our inventory of structures and our area studies. And to do that, we want to apply to become a certified local government. We need to do that in partnership with you. So we'll be asking you for that. And part of becoming a CLG and just generally operating in a standard best practice way are using these Massachusetts Historical Commission standard inventory forms, Form B. So that's what I'll talk about later, but I hope the overview of who we are, why we are, how we think about ourselves, and just how we relate to this context of laws, this network of laws for preservation is helpful to you and also the public. And I'll take any questions, or I'll turn it over to Holly if there aren't any questions. Are there any questions?
It's just a lot to digest.
Yeah. Well, and also I'd like to sort of hear the whole package, because I'm sure that I have questions that are in my mind right now that you completely, that will be part of your presentation. So my answers will come through the preservation, through the presentation. Just want to let the record reflect, I believe John McLaughlin has joined our group, has he not? He's on?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Just wanted that to be a part of the record. Okay, so Holly, do you want to start your part?
Really, I thought the next part would be our consultants for Resilient Nantucket.
Oh,
And then we can dive back into the that joint presentation, if that's okay.
I'm sorry. So Holly, what are you recommending that we do right now?
That we have actually our consultants for Resilient Nantucket online right now on the Zoom.
Okay.
Lisa Craig and Phil Thomason, and I would like to be able to portray their put up their PowerPoint and go over that, because again, this is a priority for both commissions in the entire island.
Very good. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So Lisa and Phil, if you can both hear me, you have the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate Chair Hedges' report presentation because it fills my heart with warmth, having been both a commissioner and staff to a commission in a National Historic Landmark city. I think you've got some exciting times ahead of you, both of your commissions, and I look forward to what we may be able to contribute to that moving forward. I think a number of you participated in the initial kickoff meeting we had way back, seems like eons ago, pre-COVID. And here we are again on a Zoom meeting. So I think this will be our life moving forward. I think we've made a decision working with the town that we will continue to do online engagement of the community as well as decision makers through this next process on Resilient Nantucket. So really we are at a phase with continuing Resilient Nantucket to deal with the issue of adaptation. And so as you can see by the slide there are 3 phases. We had hoped to have phase 1 underway, which in a sense we actually do. We've done some research, we have some potential speakers, and we hope to be able to have a forum. I'll talk about that shortly. So basically, I'm going to go over phase 1, 2, and 3, what we anticipate completing. I appreciate many of you who took the time to complete the survey. We want to ensure that the commissions feel engaged as well as the advisors to the NHC. And then the last slide will be addressing any comments, questions you may have. So next slide, Holly. So Resilient Nantucket, out of the Nantucket Master Plan, there were a number of community values that were recognized, and community values play a very strong role in developing resilience plans, in creating priorities for adaptation. So I always like to reiterate your existing guiding documents. Let's go back to the guiding documents and look at what they say. So obviously protecting the historical integrity of the landscape and buildings, along with a number of other community values, are critical in this project. Next slide. Under the recommendation in the coastal risk assessment and resilience strategies was to develop guidelines to preserve historic streetscapes while mitigating hazards, and that ensure that the guidelines provide information specific to the different types of resources and the different types of threats in different areas of the island. So we're starting that process now with these design guidelines and toolkit that I'll talk about next. Next slide. So some of you may have participated in the great workshop we had in 2019 in partnership with the Nantucket Preservation Trust and PIN, the Preservation Institute of Nantucket, University of Florida, as well as obviously the town of Nantucket. So there has been some digital documentation completed, in particular of the downtown area that PIN has undertaken and is continuing to do, extending their visualizations for anticipated increase in sea level rise. They'll be an important partner in this project as we move forward, and Bill will probably talk in a little bit about how we're working with PIN in regards to the design guidelines. Next slide. So keeping history above water, community value survey we had conducted during that 2019 workshop to assess what the priorities were in terms of those special places in Nantucket that mean something to the community. Next slide. And we identified, prioritized, these were the top 10 building sites or view sheds that the community had responded they wanted to see protected. This was an online survey that had reached or responses from about 160 individuals. And then we had a workshop in combination with the Nantucket Preservation Trust Conference that itself also garnered about that same amount of attendance. These were listed as the community's priorities, obviously many of them having significance in and of themselves within the National Historic Landmark District, but some of them again representing those places of history and community value that are important for more than their historic and architectural significance. Next image. So Resilient Nantucket Design for Adaptation was the follow-on MVP funded, thanks to the good work of Holly and Chuck. The town was able to get an MVP grant to develop a public awareness toolkit on adaptation strategies for private property owners, and then design guidelines that would support the HDC's work in reviewing the National Historic Landmark District proposed changes for adaptation. Next slide. So phase one, the community forums were to begin much earlier than they are. We were going to have one in early May, mid-May, but now we have changed some of the deadlines. This is a moving target. As a matter of fact, we had a very quick online discussion with some of our presenters this week who indicated that we're all thinking, if nothing else, we will do some type of a Zoom meeting, a workshop type event open to the public in late September, early October at the latest, but likely September, where we will work with FEMA representatives and others involved at the state level with the National Flood Insurance Program to ensure that property owners, and that would be property owners, business owners in Nantucket, as well as key decision makers, the real estate community, others are engaged about how flood risk and flood insurance applies in Nantucket, what it means, and its benefits and responsibilities. Again, as I said, we could try and do an in-person with some social distancing. We'll see what the regulations and allowances are because of the COVID public health emergency at that time, but we have to keep moving. The state has been very good about giving us some leeway, but we need to be able to move this process forward. So we will be creative and thoughtful about how to engage the public. We'll also put together a digital toolkit on resources tied to flood risk, insurance, preparedness, recovery, adaptation, as well as partnering with emergency management. They are constantly at our side on this issue because I always like to say it's extremely important for us to protect our properties, but people come first. So we want to make sure that our property owners have their own plans and priorities in place in the case of disaster for their own families and businesses, and then secondarily dealing with their own property concerns. We will have that in some type of presentation. We have a date of around January 21st. That could change, but we're trying to stick to that deadline. It's a TBD format. Again, if we need to deliver it via Zoom, webinar, YouTube, then we will do it in that regard. Next slide. Phase two. Now, this is the real nugget of this MVP grant. Guidelines for flooding adaptation and building elevation design for historic structures and streetscapes. Phil will be hosting a community charrette, and I'm going to kind of let him, Phil, if you'd like to just take it from here for this and the next slide to talk a little bit about that process of engaging the community and developing the guidelines for the next two slides.
Yes, good to see everyone, and we're very excited about working on this project. Been working in a number of coastal communities over the last few years on resiliency, elevation, hardening structures. And so, you know, we're looking at, hopefully I'll get to Nantucket sometime here in the next few months, and we'll be taking a number of photographs and doing a lot of field analysis about the properties in the historic districts. Looking at past projects that you had in terms of elevation and hardening, and really having the kind of conversation about what would be the best approaches for the design guidelines, in particular on resilience. So that's what I'm hoping to accomplish here this fall, again with this community roundtable, following some field work and and design guideline issues that we develop for you.
Thank you.
Holly, you want to grab there we go. Phil, you want to kind of just go over the 4 points of your approach?
Yeah, the guidelines that we work on, and we've done guidelines now for Georgetown, South Carolina, Mandeville, Louisiana. And you can see those guidelines if you go to those communities' websites. And we are currently working in Brunswick, Georgia, and Beaufort, North Carolina on their guidelines. But these are very community-specific guidelines that we do. The photographs, the great majority of them are of buildings, details, new construction, additions, infill in those communities. So that's very oriented towards the community that we're working at. Then we look at the climate impact, the different approaches that have proven successful and perhaps not successful in the past in terms of how to elevate buildings, dwellings in keeping as much of their integrity as possible. An emphasis again on hardening of commercial buildings, how to protect those that are close to the water. So we look at just, a variety of approaches, and we'll work with the community on, what really makes the most sense for Nantucket. In terms of new construction, we look at the parameters, how the new construction is oriented towards the street, where does the parking go? There's lots of different elements involved with coming up with recommendations for infill. But again, it will be to make it as compatible as possible with the buildings on the street, on the blockscape. And we do our guidelines to make them as user-friendly as possible with just a lot of bullet points, try to make it very clear what we're emphasizing and recommending, what the shalls and shoulds are in the design guidelines. And those are set up in a way, the format, so you have the narrative explanations with the examples from the community, on adjacent pages. So we just try to make this as easy to understand as possible. The final product we expect would be in a PDF form broken down by chapters so that property owners, when they have a question about the resilience guidelines, can go to a specific section or a specific chapter and see how it is relevant to their project.
Next slide, Holly. Thank you. I just want to underscore with Phil's work, surprisingly, I've been actually working on this topic in my profession for, it feels like almost a decade now. And in doing some research for a sister NHL community, St. Augustine, we've really only found less than a dozen communities at the community level. There are some states that have recommended adaptation design guidelines for historic districts. Mississippi, Louisiana in particular, we're very early on, but less than a dozen communities have really developed these full-on design guidelines. You may all be familiar with Charleston, obviously, as well as Boston has recently approved its guidelines. So I think that Nantucket is really kind of cutting edge in this. And the important thing is to understand how much these types of guidelines are structured toward the individual character and resources of the community it serves. Obviously, even the National Park Service did not come out with its flood adaptation guidelines until just this past year. So frankly, Phil's been ahead of the curve with many of the communities he's worked with without really strong federal guidance. And I think that we've kind of set the way for the Park Service as we move forward working with these communities. So the Community Forum 2 will be a presentation and dialogue on the draft design guidelines. Again, we anticipate that to be in conjunction with an HDC meeting if possible. And then the last forum will build public awareness regarding flood risk and adaptation strategies, and a presentation of the final design guidelines in March. We hope to do this in partnership with some of our other key players, the Nantucket Preservation Institute and PIN, for example. And by that time, actually, we'll have the other layer, I anticipate, of the Coastal Resilience Plan underway. So this is a multi-layered, multifaceted opportunity for us to really bring in all of the partners working on this island-wide. Next slide.
Lisa?
Yes, yes.
I have a question. So
Certainly.
you mentioned the HCC, and that's great. We would all, of course, love to be involved in this process. There's another organization out here, which I'm sure you're familiar with, which is the Conservation Commission.
True.
Now, I can only imagine that you're going to be having a lot of discussions with them because a lot of their rules are at odds with our kind of design goals. So this is one thing that we're finding as members of the HCC is that we would like to do certain things, but the CONCOM is saying, well, actually, you can't do that. So I would imagine that that's going to be part of your investigation into this, correct?
Yes, and I have to say that the overlap too exists with, I don't know how many of you are familiar with what came out of the last Resilient Nantucket convening, which was this group called Acclimate, which is a collaborative group that has those who are critical to understanding and addressing issues of climate impacts, whether it's the cultural community, the history community, the conservation community, the arts community. The town sits on that body, and that may be something, if you have not had yet a presentation from Acclimate to the NHC or the HDC, you really should ask them, because there's some great ideas and collaborative opportunities available, and that kind of came out of PIN's work. And so absolutely, collaboration is not just at the commission level, but also with the rest of the players who are actively engaged in planning for adaptation in the future. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I've made a note of that. And
Great.
Holly, they do get invited to all of these meetings that we've had. Decision makers will be critical in this next this first forum we're going to have on FEMA requirements. So we'll make sure that they are engaged to our greatest, ability.
Yes, and Mr. Chair, to your point, this is another reason why that we do have an overlap with Vince Murphy, who is our coastal resiliency coordinator. He worked with our RFP to create these guidelines for this project, and on the reverse side, I helped and was involved with the RFP for the coastal resiliency plan. We want to make sure that we're all working together. And of course, you're aware that he works with the Natural Resources Department, which is obviously who CONCOM represents. So it is part of the dialogue that we're going to have this communication, because the last thing we want to do is have guidelines and bylaws that conflict with one another. So that's definitely the point.
That was my question. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Next slide, Holly. All right, so many of you, thank you again for participating in the survey that we sent out, Building with Resilience in Mind. This was a way for Phil and I to capture some of your initial thoughts and concerns relative not just to how we approach from the preservation side adaptation, but also just the process and the role of the commission, and whatever questions and concerns you may have about how to conduct the review relative to these kind of changing future conditions of adaptation tied to sea level rise and erosion. So thank you for answering that. Holly, next slide, I'll kind of get into the results. It's always great to see what were the results. So we always start these surveys with, who are you? So you, 88% of you, Nantucket's your primary residence. You own a residential property, 64%, commercial property, 7%. You're a business owner, 14%. 43% of you are members of the HTC, and 36% were members of the NHC. and or an employee in Nantucket. So it gives you a little bit of the mix of who you are. Next slide. Projects you'd like to adopt as part of the town's preservation program. Now, if we look at just what Chair Hedges' report had said, historic preservation commissions or historic commissions deal with advocacy and education and survey planning. HDC deals with the heavy lifting of design review. So those are all parts of an overall preservation program for the town. So these were the priorities that were identified from the respondents. Obviously, we're already underway with the design guidelines. That was just a good affirmation that we're on the right track. But then the next series were really about providing more materials, whether it's to businesses, whether it's through a design workshop with private property owners, giving them ideas of adaptation. Some of that will come out in the design guidelines charrette, giving them different approaches to adaptation in some instances that are not building elevation or relocation, but instead dry or wet flood proofing barriers and the like, as well as nature-based approaches. Also, education continues to be important. How do we educate home buyers and realtors about responsibilities and or opportunities in a flood zone, whether it's for reduction of insurance or just having insurance itself? Maybe looking at developing a program, again, education and outreach during our prime opportunity of Preservation Month, which is May of each year. And then having this disaster preparedness toolkit. We're starting this concept of a toolkit by pulling together through this project some of the FEMA guidance for how to adapt historic buildings, what to know about flood proofing, how to deal with recovery, what funding is available to communities. So we'll be putting that toolkit together. And part of that will include some of the financial insurance benefits of being prepared. And as was mentioned in some of the comments by the commission members, involvement of other boards and commissions is integral to this process. Next slide. So what projects would you like to see incorporated into disaster planning? So again, in priority, an island-wide redevelopment plan for historic places. A lot of my work has involved not just gathering resources in the United States, but looking beyond internationally. And with the many disasters, the many flooding events that have occurred in Europe over the past 20 to 30 years, there have been some extreme events in Asian countries as well, where we're looking at how did they redevelop? What is the plan for redevelopment should a disaster hit? Even something as simple as where is the staging area for salvaging historic building parts that people might find after a disaster event. So having a plan for redevelopment is as important as a plan for preparedness. Having a field team who can assist in post-disaster recovery, having it put together ahead of time. Oftentimes, as I found in Annapolis in my work there, this is your initial survey and planning team. These are people who are intimately knowledgeable about the resources and their particular vulnerabilities. So the HDC can establish and the NHC can establish, working with the town, a volunteer field team to help with post-disaster recovery. Redevelopment standards for historic districts, again, in a post-disaster scenario. Again, a disaster preparedness toolkit we've talked about, and how are you handling your post-disaster design review process to make sure that property owners have the best information, know the strategies for adaptation, are weighing in on rehabilitation and reconstruction rather than demolition. So again, looking at preferred models of adaptation and a vision for the evolution of the waterfront for the design and building community to see that is presented by the HDC and the NHC is a comment that was made by one of the commissioners. Next slide. Do you believe the HDC should develop a separate COA and process for resiliency projects? It was an interesting mix. So we are still not sure on that. 43% said yes, 29 no, and 28 not so sure. So hopefully at the end of this process, there'll be more dialogue to consider how this can work within either an existing process or an amended process. Next.
Lisa,
Yes.
may I? So if you could back up on that slide, excuse me, one of my underlying concerns from the initial presentation and the survey. So the HDC is kind of uniquely positioned with respect to its role as the sole authority in these design matters. But we have survey questions that are basically introducing, whether I'm for or against this particular element, that's not the point. My point is about the process. And my concern for the HDC is that we have survey questions coming in on whether the HDC should change its process. But I believe that the HDC, as with in any instance that perhaps the CONCOM or the planning board processes were involved, their decision-making, their survey responses should be weighted, because ultimately weighted is in terms of balancing. Because ultimately they're the group, the HDC, in its presentation and its acts are going to be in large part the decision-making process. So for instance, with this example, if we have 15, I don't know how many people were involved in the survey. For me, the granular information I would like to know is how many of the HDC members responded, and of them, how many responded in favor of changing the COA, and then what was the rationale behind it? Because otherwise we're getting into a process where we're making changes to a process which unfortunately is already burdened, if not overburdened, without having the benefit of the background and the discussion that's related to the decision-making of the goal and the objective. And it's an incredibly important aspect of all of this. So I just wanted to comment using this as an example. Thank you.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. I'd respond to this in that this was anonymous. I tend to get some very honest comments when it's anonymous and confidential. So I can't tell you if who it was that responded specifically. What I can tell you is two things. One, a very smart bit of information was provided in the Coastal Resilience Plan request for proposals. Basically, Vince, and obviously Holly said she's reviewed this, and I think it's critical, said, you know, what policies or processes do we currently have in place? And this was not just for the coastal, for the CONCOM. This was for all city agencies. What processes do we have in place that we need to perhaps better collaborate on, coordinate on, or maybe revise in order to both protect the assets, whether they're natural or cultural based, and make them increase their resiliency. So I think that's the opportunity you have, and I think this is the kind of dialogue you have amongst your commission members. And it is critical to get everybody on the table. In my profession, in my professional knowledge and experience working in this area, I really say it's more an issue of not a separate COA and process, but an enhanced process, just like anything else. If you have, for example, I've worked on commissions that have had separate reviews and reconsiderations for economic hardship. You use your existing process, but then you, in the instance of an argument for economic hardship, have additional evidence or criteria for review. So my experience has been that there is a well-stated, established process. It can be amended for purposes of unique situations like these. So I agree, it is an ongoing conversation with your HDC members.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next slide, Holly. And here, that leads right into that question. So it really is about the evidence. And the reason I ask this is because it's important for the commission to have in front of you all of the information you need to make an informed, defensible decision. So these are all different types of evidence that are presented typically as part of any type of elevation, relocation, or adaptation measure, as Phil was discussing, hardening or elevating. So this is kind of where it came in the list of priorities. Now, there were a number of folks that said, I'm not 100% sure really what to say because I really don't have a lot of background or experience in this, but this is kind of what, you know, my gut tells me I would need. So again, this is your process, Mr. Chair. This is where you sit down with your commission and you say, listen, we've been reviewing some of these. These are lessons we've learned to date, but here are some other things we may want to think about that other communities have used in order to make, again, an informed, defensible decision. While the climate resiliency checklist was at the bottom, I would have to say that it would merit consideration of what Boston has developed as kind of a checklist for property owners to think about. Did you think about all of these different types of adaptation strategies? Do you know enough about what your threat is? You know, do you have with your engineer or your landscape designer or architect, different approaches you've considered, accepted, rejected. So that again may be something when you're developing a more formalized approach to resilience you think about in terms of your evidentiary information.
Thank you.
Next slide. And again, this was to just give Phil and I a sense of how many resilience projects or who in the group responded that had actually done any type of review. So I think this was just a mix. You know, we've got obviously many more projects down the road to review, but at least it gave us a sense that there have been a number of projects reviewed for resiliency in the last 5 years.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, has the HDC shown some flexibility? You know, again, one of the things I see whenever I see a don't know, which is in the next couple of these, I think it's really important. This comes back again to the NHC, the role of educating the public about some of what you do as commissions, getting out there front and center, whether it's through a blog, whether it's through a newsletter, whether it's through a great success story with someone who's done a sensitive job of rehabilitating through adaptation their property. We need to make sure that if decision makers, if not the community, are made more aware of the HDC's role in you know, providing for a more resilient future and looking at issues of materials and designs. So that's just really a communications issue less than anything else.
Can you stay on that just for a second?
Yes, sure.
So it's interesting to me that, you know, the vast majority were in the don't know category, and I may have been included in that. Has the HEC shown flexibility in storefront rehabilitation for proposed changes? Well, so first thing is that's not a large portion of what we review in any given week. Most of it residential. However, you know, most of our storefronts happen to be down in the floodplain. So it will come up. I suppose that our board needs to become more educated about what options are available, what will fly, what won't fly. And that's, you know, that's basically about educating us.
Yeah, and again, as we go into this process, I mean, Phil, I don't know if you want to speak to that about your experience in working. I know I've seen some of your work in terms of storefronts. Do you want to comment on how you go about doing that as part of this process?
Well, you're trying to keep the historic fabric of your storefronts as much as possible and just look at what is it you can do to keep water out in terms of the floodgates, the flood panels. There's a wide variety of those kind of materials out there now that are basically temporary in nature. They're just used during periods of high water, and then they're stored when not needed. And then you also look at, more resilient materials if you really need to, and that can be, concrete or brick or something that would be compatible as much as possible with the historic storefronts that you've got along your street. So a couple of different approaches in terms of just protecting what you have, and then also adapting what you have perhaps with the more hardened materials.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you.
Next slide. Again, and Phil just spoke to this, incorporating temporary barriers or shields. And again, part of these questions were to help us understand a little bit more about the types of projects that had come forward and what the commission had considered. So again, these will be just examples that we'll provide as part of the process of the planning charrette and the final guidance. Next slide. Nature-based adaptations are critical. I know myself in Annapolis, we would get in applications where there would be 2 or 3 different types of adaptation approaches on one property. In some communities, I've done a lot of policy research now, working for St. Augustine, and we've seen some communities where nature-based approaches must be considered first before structural or non-structural changes. So some communities have actually made that a regulatory requirement as part of the application review process. So the town and the HDC has the ability to think about these approaches specific to certain locations in the community. Next.
Okay.
And street improvements. This was, I know this is an issue that the commission has dealt with in the past. And I think that's critical. I mean, I recall in working with my commission in Annapolis and looking at some of the Army Corps approaches to barriers of the concept of, basically raising streets and changing the topography. And in some instances, that trade-off was acceptable when you saw the alternative, which was raising entire connected row houses opposite of that. So that's one of those larger site development issues that at some point in time, the HDC, when the town is coming forward with some structural approaches, will need to think about. And I'll, at the very end of this presentation, I'll give you a really critical tool that you may want to use to address that issue.
Just an FYI, you may already know this, but the town has basically decided that the HDC doesn't have jurisdiction over streets or I forget whether sidewalks were in or out, but streets definitely out. That's a DPW. Now, interestingly, it got contentious to the point where the DPW basically accepted the fact that the HEC could be involved in an advisory capacity. So that's as far as we've gotten, but the town won't come to us and say, oh, HDC, would you allow us to do this or that to the street? They've said that they're basically immune to us. So just
and it can change from one elected official to, or one administration to another. I'll make that note only because I had that experience in Annapolis. We had the same situation. We were reviewing changes, and then the next administration said, no, you can't do that. And then the following administration came back. So.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Another example, Ray, is the telephone poles. We all said, no, we don't want them. And at the workshop, Keeping History Above Water and the other things we went to, said one of the resilient priorities was to bury all our utilities. And yet here we are putting up taller
Yeah.
poles.
I will notate that that was with a fight from many different commissions and boards.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, you know, I think the
If
town.
you can come up with a plan how to make everybody agree and get along, that'd be brilliant.
I think you can control what you can control and doing it the best you can and providing and advocating for it. See, this is where your NHC plays a key role as your partner. Your partner is your NHC. They are your advocacy arm. They are your planning arm. So collaborating with the NHC and those stakeholders in the community is a key on an ongoing basis. And battles lost are opportunities for futures battles won. So let's just kind of look at it that way. And like I said, I'm going to get to the end and give you a possible tool for you to use. In the comments that came back from all of those who responded, there were two areas of concern. One was the lack of a collaborative, community engaged planning and review process, both in the instance of these guidelines, wanting to ensure that we got as much engagement from the community as possible, as well as the future and the past, but the future. You know, how do we work with other zoning planning boards, with the Concom? How do we do that in a way that really protects our historic assets, yet increases resiliency for the island of Nantucket? So again, these are not simple issues, and planning for a future of sea level rise in and of itself is a huge undertaking, but taking it a step at a time, putting the processes and plans in place is critical. So, you know, you will get all this slide deck here, and these are just items to note as we move into the planning process for the design guidelines. Please be assured that we are going to do everything we can, even in this current COVID-19 climate, to get as much community engagement by working through the stakeholder organizations, their members, their constituents, the property owners, both on island and off island. The one good thing about an online survey process is you don't have to be on island to participate. So we'll be working closely with Holly and Chuck and all of you, as well as the stakeholders, to get notifications out and get the input from those that are both on and off island. Next slide, Holly. And then critical and at the heart of what we do, you know, preserve. Let's make sure we're protecting the character of Nantucket. You know, looking at resilience and opportunities for resilience that are sensitive to the resources. And we're being proactive as we're doing with these workshops and getting out there and showing different adaptation strategies. There are funds available through MVP and through FEMA to maybe do some model projects. PIN right now is looking at some design guidelines. Phil, I know you talked with Marty about some model projects and applying the draft guidelines in kind of the test scenario. You want to share with the group what you and Marty discussed?
Well, we're just still kind of in the early stages of that, but you know, they're working on their project there, and we're sort of going back and forth. I talked to Marty last week and sent him some of the materials that we're working on, and some of the guideline illustrations and diagrams that we've completed. So we're sort of starting that process of going back and forth and seeing how we can use their work that they're doing as a representative model in the design guideline manual that we produced.
So I think we have a great opportunity to kind of test in a draft scenario some of these in the Washington Street corridor, as well as some of the cottages that PIN has responsibility for. So we will be able to apply those, see what works, what doesn't work, present some of that information, and incorporate appropriate adaptation strategies into the guidelines based on the unique resources of the island. Next, there we go. Okay. A cultural landscape. In reading through some of the comments and concerns, I'll tell you, one of the things that I learned in our, when I was in Annapolis, in that National Historic Landmark city, as well as a couple of other communities that I've worked with, is the need for having a cultural landscape survey and report. So this is something that was early on developed by the National Park Service. And as you can imagine, having so many important national landmark sites, parks, historic sites, large estates, just, natural resources, some with cultural, some with not. The concept of a cultural landscape survey was critical to understanding the setting for the built and the archaeological environment. So the Park Service has a definition for this: a geographic area of both cultural and natural resources and the wildlife or domestic animals, i.e. habitat, associated with a historic event, activity, or person, or exhibiting other cultural or aesthetic values. So there are 4 types of cultural landscapes. They're not mutually exclusive. They actually are integrated. They would be historic sites, like a historic district, historic designated landscapes. If we look at buildings and we look at neighborhoods in Nantucket, they're part of an environmental setting. At least 2 to 3 of the Secretary of the Interior standards call out environmental settings as part of the review criteria. They may be historic vernacular landscapes, or they may represent an ethnographic landscape in a community. What came out of our cultural resource hazard mitigation plan process, not necessarily the plan just in and of itself, but during the process, we too realized we didn't really understand well enough the setting of the community, its cultural landscape. Would it dramatically alter the feel if we raised one of the streets, or if we raised the row houses, or if we infilled Ego Alley, the dock and harbor area? We had to make some important decisions, and we didn't have the information to do it. A cultural landscape survey and report provides that for you. It gives you a stronger sense of the unique character and setting of different areas of the island. And that is something that I do think would be helpful as you move forward, particularly the responsibility of the NHC working in tandem with the HDC to see if you can fund a cultural landscape survey. Nantucket is the best place to do something like this. And I hope that may eventually get to addressing some of the issues that you're concerned with, including your streetscapes, including any structures or built resources that exceed the level of height and affect the visual character of Nantucket. So that is all I have. Holly, I think this next is just for any general questions from all the commission members.
I have a question. I have a comment. I was wondering, does the planning board and the zoning board know about your work and what you stand for? And I'm very interested in the last part that you were talking about, a cultural landscape, because sometimes I think we're dealt sites that have no resemblance to the cultural landscape. For instance, like the Quaker Cemetery. My question is the zoning board and the planning board aware of what you do?
Mr. Chair, if I may address Abby's comment or question. Yes, the planning director, obviously he's in charge of both the planning board and the zoning board, is aware of actually the fact that Lisa brought up the aspects that are located within the master plan. He was very appreciative of that because the master plan does address cultural and historic resources. So yes, through the planning director, they are aware of some of the work that Lisa's done, and I have definitely boasted Lisa up of what she's done, and you know, just yes, to address that question.
And I might, just to follow up on Holly's comment, they were at the initial kickoff meeting. A number of them attended the previous Resilient Nantucket work, but I think what's going to be critical is your first island-wide, I won't say necessarily first in the sense, but my experience with this island-wide resiliency, coastal resilience plan that's coming out of the crack is really starting that. It has to do an assessment of the vulnerable assets, which means it has to survey and understand what the assets are, whether they're natural assets or cultural assets. So you already have a foothold. And I assume, Holly, that planning is represented in the crack. Is that correct?
Yes, the planning board does have a member that sits on the crack committee. Yes.
Okay. And I don't like talking in abbreviations or acronyms. Coastal resilience, the Coastal Resilience Advisory Committee. Okay, for those who may, what the heck is crack? So, nothing illicit going on there. All good stuff. So, but I
think
that's
idea
why I'm encouraged.
Of making what you call a cultural landscape is so important, and it would give us backbone as the HDC to say, well, look, this neighborhood is part of this, and this is what it stands for. Is this appropriate for this? You know, the survey would make these statements that we could then, it could back up what we decide to do with a certain site. It would just be very helpful to have that.
And I think it will give you some ideas for future National Register nominations as well. I think that's what's important when we do these large thematic reviews. Then we can target certain communities, areas, and say, hey, we found out there's some very special issues here. There's a very special natural heritage, which is disappearing, tied to, a built heritage, but there's also, you see this is in the cultural landscape, there are also habitats there that are important to us in terms of defining our environmental heritage. So I think that partnership with the, whether it's the Concom, whether it's just an overall, hopefully at some point, you will have a resilience office that has all of these agencies, sitting at the table and really reviewing some of the priorities and planning processes so that you can constantly ask the question, is that a resilient approach? Can we do it better? Is it smarter to protect our cultural heritage by doing less poles and doing undergrounding? How do we budget for that? Where's our capital improvement plan going with its investments? And are we prioritizing resilience and the other community values that our town has identified?
I hope you're not a dreamer. I hope that can actually happen.
Well, Abby, I know exactly where you're going with this, and the idea that a lot of our boards, well, and you mentioned the planning board, oftentimes we're sort of, we inherit this plan that was done according to certain rules that had really nothing whatsoever to do with the HDC. And here it is. It's done. It's a fait accompli, and then we inherit that. And there's been a lot of problems that have come from that. Similarly, our work and the work of the Concom, as I said earlier, sometimes is at odds. We certainly respect and appreciate what they do, but it would really be great. This comes down to the dreamer aspect of this. Is there's a lot of boards, and they're all focused on various kind of discrete components of the whole out here. And, what's appropriate for one person's agenda might not be appropriate for another organization's agenda. So getting everybody to sort of come to a consensus view of the right thing, I think would be a wonderful thing to achieve.
If I may, we do have, I don't know if you want speak, but we do have Chuck Larson on our call this evening.
Oh.
I don't know, Chuck, if you're wanting to speak, but what Lisa brought up is about resiliency, is a lot about sustainability and preservation, and working together. That's part of the conversation of sustainability, and how does Nantucket do that?
So, right, yeah, just briefly, sustainability and resilience are kind of, sustainability is probably a little larger of an umbrella than resilience planning, but you need both. You can't be sustainable if you don't have resilience. And so certainly there's a lot of additional work that's going on in terms of working on developing a sustainability plan, community outreach. Again, it's another community-driven process. It's going to need a lot of input, a lot of stakeholder input and workshops. And some of that work was underway, pre-COVID, but I think you'll see more of that. And with the work that Holly's doing and I'm doing, resilience and sustainability, but we're all working together. So, I think we're definitely focusing on the collaboration and the fact that this is multidimensional.
Very nice. Okay. Any questions from HCC members?
Could I just make a statement?
Of course you can,
A
Diane.
question?
Yep.
I think that they mentioned on their list of things that the HTC has been working on in your statement about like the sidewalks. I think that perhaps with the combination of the two commissions, we perhaps will now be more listened to, because I think the charge that the HCC has been given and the Historic Commission has been given is to try and preserve Nantucket in a way that follows the guidelines of a historic island. And I think that there are parts of it that are very important and may not fit into everybody's pocket, but I look forward to working with the Historic Commission. I was a member 100 years ago. I was one of the founders of it. And I think it's very important. And I think we were so lucky to have them join us. I just wanted them to know that what they've said today has been very important to us. And thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you so much, Diane. I just want to say, if I may, that this overview and this work by Lisa and Phil working with Holly is, exactly the kind of thing that we hope to do more of. And well, first complete this, bring it to fruition, have something really useful for the HDC and the community, for the planning board, for the Concom, but also have this be the beginning of additional planning work that will be really important for the evolution and continued protection of Nantucket. It's really, Holly just hit the ground running in her new role as preservation planner, having already worked on this MVP grant to do exactly the kind of thing that, we can work together to identify a need, to identify a problem, to write a grant, to get the right people to come in and help us put together really actionable, well-researched professional recommendations that we can give to the right authority, whether it's the HDC or the Concom or the planning board, to implement. It's really, really exciting. So just want to thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let's see. I think Lisa and Phil, you've said what you need to say, correct?
Yes, we've given you an update, and I just want to echo everyone else's comments, good comments about staff. You guys are doing a terrific job. You're fortunate to have Holly. She is out there always researching looking for good information. And Chuck, special projects, he comes up with them all the time. I tell you, great dynamic duo there on this work in Nantucket. So I continue to look forward to working with you, and you know, it's just a pleasure to have such a beautiful asset to help contribute to its future resilience. So I don't think Phil and I have anything else to add at this point. We hope to see you again, if, you know, nothing else, via Zoom in September, and Holly will keep you updated through the process. So appreciate your time and your good thoughts and words, and we'll look forward to seeing you all in September.
Thank you both so much for your presentation.
Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so next up, I guess we want to get into these bullet point items. We have 5, beginning with certified local government. Would you like to, Hillary, would you like to speak on those?
Sure. Thank you, Ray. Holly, I'll just share my screen again if I'm still able to do that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, it was really perfect having the comments from Lisa and Phil, because it gives everyone, you know, in the context of this first joint meeting, a sense of, you know, what planning looks like and why it's helpful and why it's important. So building on that, we have these bullet points. I talked about what we'd like to kind of get done in this meeting, in addition to just kicking off a joint meeting and talking a little bit about the NHC. But I just want to talk briefly about what we've done to date, so you have some sense of what we're working on. I know some of you have, and we've had some joint briefings, but just recap that and then talk about these 2 items. The other items on the list were the preservation plan and the streetscape plan, which I'm going to touch on, and then we can talk about that more. It's not really a central part of this presentation.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Okay. Activities to date. All right, so we have worked a lot on the streetscape. This was kind of the call that got us all excited to be reappointed. We felt, and it came up in this discussion, that we have this historic asset, which is our streetscape, and that was part of the context of our historic town, and that we couldn't just like tear it out or, you know, have some off-island engineer redesign it and have that built without any consultation. So we started as individual citizens and then turned into a commission advocating for an informed, preservation-minded rehabilitation of our historic streets and sidewalks. And that started with working with the select board, advocating for a historic streetscape survey, and we requested NPT pitched the idea of writing a grant. They were really receptive to it. They wrote a grant, and it's been awarded by the Community Preservation Committee. So they will be doing a historic streetscape survey in partnership with KIN. We also have requested and advocated for a preservation engineering study, and that's been commissioned by a private group. We have a preservation engineer from SGH. His name is Matthew Bronsky, and he's going to be coming to the island in July to take samples of materials in the streets, to look at sites and make specific recommendations. These 2 items will be rolled together to continue to evolve our guidelines for rehabilitating historic pavement. We've submitted phase 1 guidelines to the DPW, and we'll target final guidelines for September. I think that this is actually a good example of how much progress we can make in terms of getting everybody on the same page, advocating for our historic assets, and working together as a group with shared goals. I think we're in a really, really different place. And from my perspective, the DPW is really committed to preserving historic assets at this point. I think we have still some area where we don't totally agree on how to do that or the definition of that, but that's why we are getting more information, and we'll continue to work on that. That's been a big initiative. Another project was the impact review, or Section 106 review of the Milestone Road Safety and Accessibility Project. And in that case, we advocated to the select board for reduction in signage. And we actually did achieve a reduction in signage on the road, even though we were a little bit late in reviewing that project. I think the other thing we achieved was just a general awareness in the transportation function and the planning function and the NP and EDC that, you know, when we have these transportation projects, they don't exist in a vacuum, and we have to think of them through the historic lens. That's always been a stated objective. It's stated in the master plan. It's stated in, you know, community priorities, but it hadn't really been happening because it takes time. So that, I think that was a significant outcome of that review. We also did an impact review of the Bartlett Road roundabout. And that roundabout has been pulled from the transportation plan. We're not going to be building that roundabout. But it did produce, we produced a report called Roundabouts with Nantucket in Mind. It's available on our town website. And we're advocating through the select board and the transportation planner for more use of mini roundabouts whenever a roundabout is a preferred mode of traffic control, and whenever a mini roundabout would be suitable from a transportation planning perspective. We think it's a better style for Nantucket. So those are some of the things we've done. We've now moved on to thinking about not just these specific reactive projects, but really what do we want? What are the bigger picture things that we want to get done? So we thought about operational goals, we thought about planning goals, we thought about guidance goals, and there was a really long list of things in all of these buckets. This is a kitchen sink list of things that we think are important for Nantucket, and we think other people will think are important for Nantucket. But it's always critical to prioritize. So really the biggest thing that we need to get done in the near term are updating these surveys of buildings and areas. And included in areas would be a cultural landscape survey. I mean, we haven't called out a cultural landscape survey, but that would be an example of updating surveys of buildings and areas that we could decide is important and prioritize with input from other people such as yourselves. A second related goal are aligning these surveys with the design review process. So, you know, updating these surveys in consultation with the HDC and moving in alignment. The really big overarching goal is the Nantucket Island Preservation Plan. And Holly included in the packet the St. Augustine plan. There are other preservation plans. There are examples of area plans on the Massachusetts Historical Commission website. But that's really kind of the big goal, is a preservation plan for our island. So in thinking about the survey's goal, I think it's helpful to think about it as a top-down and a bottom-up approach. So the top-down approach of updating surveys of buildings and areas requires becoming well, it's certainly helpful to become a certified local government. I'll talk a little bit about what that means and why we want to do it, but it unlocks, it makes it easier to access funds and apply for survey grants. And once we have those grant dollars, we would be able to go through an RFP process to find consultants such as what you just experienced with Lisa and Phil being our consultants for the MVP process. There's a bottom-up component which is related to becoming a certified local government with aligning surveys with the design review process. And that would be starting to adopt the use of the Massachusetts Historical Commission inventory forms, or the Form B for building. There's a form S for structure, there's forms for landscapes, but there's area forms, but this is the Form B for building. And also thinking about how that relates to demolitions and identifying preferably preserved buildings. So just moving on to some time for discussion and exploring this certified local government. So the CLG is a designation the Park Service, which is of course a federal agency, and our local historical commission grants to local historical authorities. So it's a federal, state, and local partnership. You apply for it. We would apply to the MHC to receive this designation, and they would take it and apply to the Park Service on our behalf to give it to us. There are 25 CLGs in Massachusetts. Most people, given how sophisticated the preservation process and infrastructure is on Nantucket, are surprised that we're not already a certified local government. The second next step would be requiring the MHC Form B. So why become a certified local government? Well, first, we have access to grant money that's earmarked for CLG. So every year, the MHC distributes about $90,000 to certified local governments. There's more access to technical expertise. We can nominate our own areas or structures for inclusion in the National Registry. We have more control over the application process. Right now, I was really surprised. The only building that's not a lighthouse, I mean, of course, our whole island is on the National Registry, but the only building that's not a lighthouse is the Jethro Coffin House. The oldest house is on the National Registry. And there are no, I think of so many buildings that are important on Nantucket, both because of who lived there or the role they played, or just, you know, how old they are or the way they look. That's the only one. The others are lighthouses. So there's many more structures or areas that could be included on the National Registry. So it's also a strong statement. Being a CLG is a strong statement about our commitment to preservation, because you have to hit certain standards. Like you have to make an application, you have to say you commit to doing certain things, and you have to make an annual report. And if you do all of those things, you have access to additional dollars. The Massachusetts Historical Commission distributes survey and planning grants. You don't have to be a CLG to get a survey and planning grant. In 2019, they distributed over $215,000. But some years they have less money to distribute, and in the years when they have less money, it only goes to the CLG. So in the fiscal year 2018, the only survey and planning grant dollars, only CLGs received survey and planning grant dollars. All of the dollars went to CLGs. So if you weren't a CLG and you made an application, you would not have it met. So reviewing the requirements, we're in quite good condition based on the requirements. We meet most of these requirements. We have to do a little work in terms of our preservation review process and our inventory process. So there's a long list of requirements. I just pulled out the ones that are relevant to this discussion. Excuse me. If the community has both an HDC and an NHC, there needs to be a memorandum of understanding about who does what. And they want to see that when you make that application. So that's the main thing in meeting the requirement in the Qualified Preservation Review Commission requirement. Additionally, they want to see that you participate in training sessions that they put out. So we've already taken steps, thanks to Holly's activity and the financial sponsorship of the town, to participate in a joint training that was supposed to happen in May, but it should happen in November. We also need to maintain a system for the survey and inventory of historic properties. Now, I've said we probably meet this requirement. We certainly have a system, but it's something I think we together should decide, are we happy with it? Is it better? And how could we connect it, or is it good enough? And how could we connect it to this bigger objective that we have? And when I say we, I mean the Historical Commission, but working with Holly, that we jointly have in the town, of updating our surveys. And that would be this Form B building form. This is the inventory forms that the Historical Commission of this Commonwealth wants to see you use. And we can talk a little bit more about that. So
Hey.
that's the end of my presentation. Oh,
Sorry, Hillary, could I was just reading through this Form B. Actually, I can take this up with Holly, but I'd be very interested in just sort of looking at that and sort of thinking it through. But yeah, I'll get that from Holly.
well, I was going to, since we now want to move into a discussion and questions, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and Holly can talk a little bit more about the survey process. Holly will be making the application to be a CLG. Certainly, you all had said, well, we'll have questions at the end, but we've now, you've heard who we are, you've heard about our mission, and then we went through kind of a mini process of what, well, it's not mini, a major process and a briefing of what a collaborative plan might look like that we hope to do more of. So I'll love to hear more questions.
Great. So one thing that I'm curious about is the memorandum of understanding. And would it be your view that the memorandum of understanding would come out of a joint session that our two committees would have? Or is there already sort of boilerplate language that would show us sort of what we're talking about?
There is boilerplate language, and Holly, do you want to share a copy of that? Okay.
I will do that. I'm doing it right now. Yes, we have a copy of a boilerplate from Mass Historical Commission, because there are other commissions that have joint ones in the Commonwealth. You'll probably saw it in your packet.
It was Gloucester's, and I think we need
Yes.
to look at it closer and review it as a board.
Yes,
Well, keeping in mind, of course, that that's just an example.
Yeah.
absolutely. Basically, it points out the understanding between the two commissions, and your roles are not changing, but this is a requirement under the certified local government regs of the National Park Service. Each SHPO, State Historic Preservation Office in the country, has a CLG, Certified Local Government Coordinator, within their office. And the one for Massachusetts is Chris Skelly. And he's also one of the NAPC's trainers that we were going to have come here, but unfortunately, we're going to have it Zoom. But these really are their responsibilities. It's just stating, what each commission does anyways, and they're just wanting to make sure that there's a mutual agreement of
Right.
what you are already doing. I think these are very important to see. And I think through this, it would require a staff person, probably either myself or whoever the planning director seems fit, to be the CLG coordinator for the town. If this is something that you all would want to do, again, I will echo what Hillary had mentioned, that within the preservation world, and it's not that big if you really think about it, almost every person that I've run to since I've been in college and out of school couldn't believe that Nantucket was not a CLG. And I know that there's probably some reasons in the past of why that didn't come to be. But having the two groups, having mutual understanding and priorities and goals for our NHL and our history in general would definitely benefit of being a CLG.
So I get that the plus is that we get funding that otherwise we wouldn't be eligible for. That's the big plus.
Absolutely.
We don't.
What?
We don't.
You mean the HTC?
Right.
No, that's true. But what it does get us is more money to be able to do the inventorying, which I think no matter how you look at it, it totally needs revamping.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bit embarrassing that we only have the Jethro Coffin House. I mean, I can't believe
Well, and the lighthouses.
yeah, but I mean, I can think of, tons of houses that should be
Yeah.
on that list. And I'm thinking that because, to educating the public, I was thinking that, plaques or, the way that other historic group puts plaques on the houses.
Yeah.
Maybe we have to sign it, like dedicate make a list of the houses that should be on this list. Make some sort of signage for them and with the idea of this cultural landscape, like when you see the Quaker Cemetery, there's a sign that says Quaker Cemetery. And I mean, people are so stupid. They don't know that unless there's a sign there, and then they say, okay, we'll meet you at. So maybe it would be helpful for the public if there was more signage on these things that we are trying to preserve.
Yeah, I do want to mention that there are some additional structures on the state register of historic places, structures that are owned by the NHA. But yeah, there are a lot of privately owned structures that could be nominated. And it doesn't change any of the rights of the homeowner to be on the historic structure, the register of historic places. But it does help with preservation, education, interpretation, and just elevation and status of the importance of the building.
Absolutely, and it gives us, the HDC, a leg to stand on if somebody wants to change that building in some way or do something to it, we can say, well, this is part of.
Well, the only thing I'll say about that is, so we do have, I forget the acronym for our local survey, but the one that goes into a great deal of detail about date of construction, builder, et cetera.
Macris.
And at the conclusion of that survey, it falls into one of three categories: not contributing, contributing, or individually significant. Now, I guarantee you, the 3 bricks are going to be on that. Hadwin House is going to be on it. All the really iconic buildings from downtown will be individually significant on that survey. However, that I think getting further accreditation for those buildings would be a great idea.
I think it will tend to save what's left of the historic part of the island. I think it's most important for the grant and to get our houses on the federal board.
Hillary?
Yes.
A question for you.
Yeah.
And maybe this is getting a little too granular right now. I'm not sure this needs to go there, but I'm thinking, how would you prioritize if you had grant money, to survey houses? Would it be by street or, sort of an order of significance of the architecture, or how exactly would you prioritize?
I can tell looking at Holly that she wants to say something.
Okay. I should have asked Holly. Holly, do you have an answer for me?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I actually thought that the only way that we could really grasp updating the existing surveys from 1989 and utilizing work that there are some research that has been done on a lot of houses and structures that have not been utilized within a Form B from either MPT or PIN or anybody that's done a preservation easement And I will just on that note, I want to mention that PIN and NPT are great assets to you all, to
Oh,
both
yeah.
commissions. They have done an extraordinary amount of work for Nantucket in our built environment. But I would think that that would be a joint collaboration, but I was thinking that we would take our core historic districts, the original local districts, downtown and Sconset, and start that way. Of course, we all know that there are historic structures that are not within the local districts that are scattered throughout the island, but you got to start somewhere. And that's what I would recommend. Of course, again, I know as a staff member that having funding from an outside source that doesn't come out of our direct pockets, our taxes, if you will, is something that the town administration appreciates. So, having a certified local government designation would give us the benefit to be eligible to apply for those fundings through MHC, Massachusetts Historical Commission. And then, of course, we would do an RFP to get an appropriate person or organization to help us with those updates. So, of course, those updates are going to help in our surveys that we have right now from 1989. Some of them are blank. Some of them actually have a lot of information, but are hardly legible. So, that would be my recommendation is looking at our local historic districts and then going out.
So I totally agree with that, but I mean, even all of the houses that are within our historic districts, it's quite a number of houses, and I can't imagine that's going to happen in a year, 2 years, or even 3 years. Maybe I'm incorrect.
Right.
So this is a multi-year project, and we're going to be applying for funding for each year, correct?
Yeah, this would be a really long-term project, and it would be an updating of the effort that we undertook in 1989.
Right.
And I agree with Holly. I guess I would I'm thinking out loud. The important thing is that we commit to doing it, recognize that it is a critical need, and the foundation of preservation, and our two groups are the preservation authorities together. So this is the foundational, we have to do it. I would probably, working with the NHC, kind of put together, and the HCC put together some sort of a group that tried to prioritize an approach, formulate some kind of an approach that Holly and the commissioners could agree to, and then work with get advice from NPT, the Sconset Trust, the NHA. There's just so much knowledge, and there's actually surveys that exist in other places, like Sconset Trust is surveying buildings in Sconset. PIN has surveyed many buildings downtown at the waterfront. So getting all of that information organized, seeing what we have, having some people put their minds together about how to prioritize, and then coming up with a plan that we then reconvene and look at the plan and think about it and tweak it. That would be kind of the top-down approach. But I also want to flag a couple other questions and considerations. I think whenever there's a feeling that an area is really under threat or a structure is under threat, you want to prioritize it because you don't have as much time to get there. So if there's some areas, or it might be a landscape, maybe we feel like our cultural landscape is under threat. We would want to acknowledge that and maybe take that into account when we decided on priority. The other thing I'll say is that because we already have such an incredibly robust review process that's really runs like a machine, thanks to your work, we have the opportunity to be, opportunistic when a structure, which is a structure that would go in front of the Historic Structures Advisory Board or the Sconset Advisory Board. I know there's also a Nantucket Advisory Board, which deals with a little bit different stuff. But if it's a historic structure, we could actually offload some of this survey work by requesting, making it a requirement that this MHC inventory form B is filled out and updated, and ask the applicant to do that to the satisfaction of our preservation planner. And I wondered what you all thought about that, or we all, as a commission, this came up on Friday and we all wondered what you all thought about that.
That's a lot to get my arms around right now. In theory, it's good. I'm just trying to think through like all the possible ways that that might manifest. So is this within a historic district? This like downtown historic district? Is this,
I think it would be based on the structure. So if the structure is more than, it relates to the way we would approach a demolition delay as well, even though it's not, we're not talking about a demolition, we're talking about alterations. So today you do require survey material about the historic attributes of any structure. It's required, but you don't require the Form B. And it is the case that historic districts everywhere in the Commonwealth do require the Form B. I don't know about everywhere, but this is the standard of review. So so right now we have what's in Macris. The applicant would take what was in Macris and bring it to you, and we would check it. But we would say, you know, you need a Form B. And so that would be something different that would help us kind of move a little bit faster. And I think it'll be clear if it's not a building, obviously if it's not more than 50 years old, it doesn't need a Form B. If it is more than 50 years old, you're going to complete the Form B, and it's going to have more or less information based on the staff's review and the staff's knowledge of the site, of the locus and the structure. It'll have more or less information. But
we are talking
I'm
about.
going to stop talking now, but that's kind of what
No, this I think is really very important. So by staff, you mean the HDC staff? The HDC staff would review the Form B?
I'm going to let Holly talk about,
Okay.
and Kathy talk about that. But I just want to be clear that our idea is there some way to accelerate the survey process and meet the need that we, and the requirement that we already have for survey information by adopting the Form B and having this sort of top-down strategic approach, but a bottom-up opportunistic approach as well. And I'd like to hear from Holly and Kathy and other commissioners about how to do that, and questions also from the HDC.
Thank you, Hillary. Holly, do you want to address that question?
Yes, sir. So as far as the Form B goes, you know, I've know commissions within the Commonwealth that use it for proposed demolitions. So the applicant would submit those completed Form Bs for the commissions to, take into consideration. And then if that approval was to be demolished or moved, then that could be submitted to MHC. I think having the Form B as a requirement is, a nice idea. I don't know how staff's bandwidth could handle that.
Well, that's kind of what I'm
Yeah, exactly.
I
That
mean,
would
you guys
be
are,
the
yeah.
And I do know, other commissions within the Commonwealth that have a process that utilize the Form Bs other than just a demolition, but they don't have the amount of applications, not even a fraction of what Nantucket has. We are pretty much the fastest not growing, but just busiest, maybe is a better word, historic district commission in the Commonwealth that I'm aware of. And I think Kathy's aware of. So I don't know logistically how it would work, maybe on a case-by-case basis on a certain aspect, certain type of application. Again, I am aware of commissions utilizing it for proposed demolition, I would think that would be somewhere of a way to update with the Form Bs. But for every single application to kind of help with the surveys, I just don't know how that would work. Now, another aspect too is the commission has received over the years some extensive history with some of these proposed applications, some more than others. Some of them are pretty extensive. That those would be excellent candidates for Form Bs, because that Form B would be submitted to MHC. That Form B would update the HDC survey. It would go on MACRIS. So there is I guess a benefit of requiring a Form B. I just, we would want to start baby steps, in my opinion.
Well, so the interesting thing about baby steps is you either adopt a policy, and if that policy is adopted, it's adopted across the board. You can't sort of say like, well, we chose you, you're going to be the one that gets to do the Form B, but we're not going to make you three other people do it. And so I think it's only fair that if you have a policy in place, that policy should be able to be applied, across the board, unless there's some distinction between, an application for one reason or another. So yeah, one of my concerns, of course, and it's no big secret, is the HEC as a board reviews. Kathy gave me some stats, and they were staggering. The number of applications that we have to process in a given week, particularly now that things have been jammed up. It's a lot. Now that's the board, and then we have the staff, and I feel like you guys could use another 4 people, 5 people, and that is a conversation that I've had with Andrew, and everything's in progress. But so yeah, one of my concerns would be to be able to, if we're gonna do this, require the Form B, that the requirement would need to be made across the board for all applicants, let's say pre-1975 or whatever the mark is. It's either applied to everyone or it's not done, because if you apply it selectively, I think there's, there are issues relating to, parity and that sort of thing that come into play. So, okay. I personally would like to think about that some more. Any other members of my board that have any questions for anyone? Holly, Kathy?
Mr.
I-
Chair,
Okay.
Yes, Holly.
I just want to mention, would it be benefit to both commissions if I could do a little digging and seeing what other commissions in the Commonwealth do with the Form B? So maybe they, like I said, I know of only demolitions. I don't know of any other aspect, but another aspect of it is I don't know if other places are such extensive. Again, we're pretty much the largest contiguous NHL. So we're unique in so many ways.
Yeah, true. Well, gosh, Holly, yeah, that would be fantastic if you could do
I'll
that.
see what I can do.
Yeah.
I think it would also be useful just to approach it from the perspective, well, what do we need? We're trying to understand and protect these historic structures. What do we need as a group to be sure that we can do that? And what are the possible sources of that information? Start to put together some plan where we get our arms around the requirement, what we're missing, what we need, and how we get there.
Yeah, like who's going to make the determination if it's a sort of a shack in Nantucket that has historic value but also something on Main Street. I mean, it's not just these, the big rich homes. It's also the Sconset cottages, and there's a lot to, there's a lot of range that we have to cover.
I'm just, for the benefit of both commissions, I am showing the data that's provided from the National Park Service.
Right.
This was, as you all are aware, and I think that was in your packet, through the benefit of a CPC funding. A few years ago, MPT applied for CPC and hired Mr. Pfeiffer, and I don't know the other person's name, so my apologies, but did the update to the NHL nomination, which includes now 75 and down. And with that, these are all the properties, every single property on the island, giving a description of the date of construction, whether it's contributing or not contributing towards the NHL, what's the style, if we know who built it, what have you. This is what I will tell you I use for my review. It's not 100% accurate on some instances, but for the most part, it's a good basis to go off of. I know I've had conversations with other people that, we have the benefit of being an NHL. We have a benefit of having a lot of history, but it's not always all together. And that's where we're different. And having an updated survey, which, yes, we've all acknowledged would take a long time, but baby steps. We could do a plan, a preservation plan would indicate how we want to tackle the surveys. But funding, I know at the end of the day, is the biggest question that we get asked, and how do we do that? And the CLG is a way to apply for funding, and maybe doing another CPC fund as grant application as well. But I just know from the federal government's perspective, under the National Park Service, a CLG is a way to get that funding.
Thank you, Holly. Holly, can you do me a favor?
Yes, sir.
Can you take that survey that you just had up on the screen and go to Arkansas Avenue?
Absolutely.
And 3/4 of the people on this Zoom are going to know exactly what I'm going to say. So yeah, if you scroll up to Arkansas Avenue, for those of you that don't know, Arkansas is out in Nantucket. Mm-hmm. And Arkansas, the last time I looked at this, Ahab. There you go. Okay. So, wow. I think maybe perhaps it was updated. Just scroll down Arkansas for a little bit. There's a whole bunch on Arkansas. Just keep going down. This survey has been updated because, interestingly, Arkansas Avenue, for those of you that don't know, is where all of it's called Tristram's
Landing.
Tristram's Landing, okay? And that's where all those sort of like lean-to buildings, those not condos, townhouse sort of things. And, historically, that was the reason why Beinecke decided to take the HDC island-wide, was in reaction to what happened out there. And so to have those as contributing buildings, that sort of nettled me, I got to tell you honestly. And it sort of put into question the validity of this survey. But it appears, and it does beg a larger question. I'm an architect, and I grew up, or I went to school with modernism, and there's not a lot of modernism to be had out here. Some of it's good, some of it's bad. So then it becomes like, well, what is really good architecture? What's worthy of preservation and what's not? I'm happy to see that those have gone from C to NC. But so listen, Abby, I think you were the one that asked the question. It's like, well, so then who decides whether this thing is actually really contributing or not contributing, or what can and can't be done with it? And I believe the answer to that at the moment is the HDC.
Absolutely, it is.
Go ahead, Hillary.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to invite maybe a couple of our members are also members of the Historic Structures Advisory Board. So they have a formal role advising. And I just would love to hear from them, because I know they also have a role in advising you and struggle with this question of contributing and non-contributing.
Exactly. That
If
would be great.
Mickey or Angus, if you wanted to make a comment.
You may be
Hi,
muted. There you go.
thanks you guys. I'm so glad we were able to have this meeting. We've discussed a lot of stuff tonight. Yeah, I think one of the most concerning aspects of our review in Wisconsin and in town, and my understanding was that historic structures dealt with basically any historic structure that wasn't in Nantucket or Wisconsin. So it was downtown, but it was wherever else. But the main concern is the 18th, 19th century structures. We have, not all the things out, but like right now we have a modest structure in Codfish Park that we're reviewing. And it's, someone who takes a picture of it now, it might look like a trailer, but it actually is part of the culture and heritage of that neighborhood and part of the island. It's listed as contributing, with it being run down, it might be overlooked and people might think of it as an eyesore and it needs to go away. But my understanding is that anything that's contributing it is or should be protected.
Should be protected, did you say, Angus?
I'll see you later. Bye.
I did. What's that, Ray?
I think I heard you correctly. Anything that's listed as contributing on the state survey that's on the screen now should be preserved. Is that
Well, and also the surveys that we've been using at the HTC, I guess from 89.
Right.
Those things should be preserved. Like you shouldn't be able to tear those down or rebuild and use those as new lots.
Question about that. Can I ask one, Ray?
Of course.
To Angus or anybody? It's if somebody buys a house and then we say, no, you can't alter that to that extent, they're in a pickle.
Yeah.
So what they've done is they've bought that house, and that's the house that they've bought, not their idea of what they can build on the lot, but the house that they bought.
Hey,
Right.
so
That goes back to educating the public that of what is historic, and if we have something to back us up, then that's something they should read that before they decide they want to blow it up into a trophy.
Yeah. So here's one thing that I'm sure that you're all very aware of. It's something that is always of concern to me. The Concom, the ZBA, they have very, very clear charters. If you're 100 feet away from the resource area, you don't have to file. If you're from 100 to 50 feet, you have to file and you're allowed to do these things, okay? As long as you meet these requirements. From 50 to 25, no go. You can't do anything there. That's the Concom. The ZBA, you're allowed to build to 30 feet, and you're allowed to build X amount of ground coverage. And if you don't do that, then, you're in this area where you have to apply for relief, which is what the ZBA is all about. Now, we're in this sort of very discretionary position where someone, and I know I'm sure we all know which Codfish Park house we're talking about here. And it's very, to my mind, very cute and unassuming and, harkens back to the old codfish bark that was there before most of it got washed away. And here somebody went in and bought that house and nobody said, oh, by the way, you're going to keep that house the way it is. They are in a pickle, because they look at it and say, well, gosh, this isn't Nantucket. In fact, all the neighbors have written letters that say, well, we'd like to see that thing go away too. Not that we're, ones for public opinion, but so the larger issue here is like education, and that education happening at the time when somebody's like trying to buy a piece of real estate, and the onus is on the realtor to be able to reference some source and say, by the way, you won't be able to do anything to this. In the same way that if they're maxed out on the ground coverage and the realtor has to say, you used all your ground coverage, you can't build anything else. That's it, end of story. You can't do it. And so wouldn't it be great if the HDC was able to do stuff like that? But I don't feel at the moment like we can.
So maybe, Holly, do you have any comments on the protection for historic contributing properties? I thought the protection was there, and all the stops are there. The HDC, I believe, has the right to be able to say you have to maintain the historic fabric of this house and the character of this house. You can, people have been adding on and moving houses forever here. But as far as like a total, demolition and redesign, that just shouldn't happen, but it does. So we have to work on understanding the regulations. And Ray, you're right about education. The realtors shouldn't be walking through an antique house and saying, if you blow this out and if you clear this whole thing and if you rebuild the whole house, think of what you can have, which does happen.
Yeah, of course.
I think we'll have a different outcome.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just a point of clarification that this listing that's in front of everybody is from the NHL, the National Historic Landmark
Correct.
listing from the National Park Service. So this is what ties us to our NHL status. I just wanted to point that out. And then also the surveys that were from 1989, again, you're going to have surveys that were done in 1989 that are going to indicate a structure that says it's non-contributing and now could be contributing. Again, this is another reason why a need for having the surveys being updated. And
well, I am 100% in favor of having the surveys updated. Absolutely, positively. I'm not sure that there's anybody on this call that would disagree with that.
I do believe that the HDC, and I could be wrong, and I'd like to get some clarification on that, but I do believe the HDC does have the authority to look at this listing and make a determination on whether or not they believe it accurate or not, with particular structures. As I mentioned, that this is something that we've received from the National Park Service based on our updated to the NHL. And, there are there's been some instances I'll mention that I've said, wait a minute, that's not correct. So again, like everything else, there is a layer of human error, if you will, but having the comprehensive surveys for each individual structure that may be contributing would be beneficial to the entire island.
Absolutely. Thank you, Holly. I noticed Stephen Welch.
I agree.
Whoever said that. 1 second, Diane, hang on 1 second, because I think Stephen he had his hand raised for a while. Stephen, are you there?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So acknowledging we veered well off into really work group level discussion, which is
yes, we are.
warranted discussion, and I think should be followed up in greater detail in a work group. I just make a couple of quick comments. I think the HCC's authority under the Act and the Town Code is expansive. And what I mean by that is, and in the guidelines and the regulations, there's a lot that let me just say it this way. I think Angus said it better. It comes down to education on the regulations, not just brokers and the general public, but our own. And I think from there, there are controls that can be put on. When I say controls, I'm talking about preservation of historic structures deemed contributing or a higher level, which is significant, I believe is the terminology used.
Correct.
So that's one area I think that deserves exploration in a work group, and then some type of a formal recommendation from and to each of the commissions. The other is, I just want to circle us back to the Form B discussion. I think if that were required as a submission, I guess I would say that a phased approach gets us started, and anything worth doing is worth doing imperfectly, at least to start. So along those lines, it would meet the imperative of the HDC, and I think have legal standing to apply. And I'm not suggesting now that we make this determination. I'm just suggesting perhaps as one way it's looked at the work group is, as been said before this evening, we focus on move off and demos for structures of a certain age, or that the HDC determines, perhaps based upon that NHL designations, to be contributing. And that would give us an opportunity then to start the Form B process of getting them filled in prior to having grant funding. Now, that then begs the question, who's the objective third party if staff resources are not available to fill it in? But again, that's, I think, really good meat for work group discussions with the parties who are involved, not just the HDC or the Nantucket Historical Commission. I always get messed up because you guys are NHC, but we're just HDC. But also staff. And by staff, I mean, you know, our staff and the final decision makers and arbiters of whose time is spent on what. So I would suggest that that be something that we look into further. Thank you.
Thanks. Diane, I think that you wanted to say something. Are you still there?
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay.
I think that this is a very important issue because I would think that at least 60% of the houses that come up in front of us that have any age at all, garage, shed, outhouse, back house, we fight and try and maintain it, but many times we lose because they come up with another issue from another commission. And it's the way we're losing our historic houses from their original add up to two wings and a garage, and they have the property. I think that this would give us a great deal of help, backup, and strength in trying to maintain the historic houses that we have. It will take a little time to put it together, but Holly knows what's there, and Kathy does, and we do. It's the members of the board know what they're looking for. It should be a combined thing to get going, and I think we should do it as soon as it can be started, put together. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Linda, if you can hear me, did you have your hand raised?
You did.
Sort of. As much as you can do it on here. I want to clear up a couple of things.
By the way, we don't have a visual on you.
That's right.
Okay, it's fine.
That list that came up earlier, I haven't looked at the updated list, but when this list issue was thrown at us some years ago on a very contentious application, probably maybe 4 years ago, 5 years ago, we all sat there. The board decided not to adopt that list for a particular reason. All it took was about 5 minutes of all of us looking at it at the table, maybe it was longer ago than that, and realized that it was ridiculous because they were putting things on, like you mentioned earlier in Arkansas. They were putting things on that we all knew were just built. It was ridiculous. So if we're going to use that list for anything, any member of the public trying to fill out the Form B. They got to go someplace else to back it up because that list is not going to help you.
So
Now, as far as the GIS, when people go to the GIS on the town website, you'll go to the tax assessor's list and it will give you the date of a building. 90% of the time, because I do these histories for everybody, as you know, 90% of the time that date is incorrect.
it's wrong.
What has happened to historic structures is when you add on to an historic structure or change it slightly, the assessor at that time, which was common, would date the building from the addition and not the building from the 18 or 1700s. So that's a problem. I work with the survey sheets all the time when I'm doing research for people, and the survey sheets I find are incorrect as well.
Correct.
That's a problem. So we're going to leave some poor member of the public who doesn't have a clue out a Form B, we may not get the proper information because they don't know necessarily where to look. And I go spend a lot of time at the assessor's office with a microfilm going back 150 years. So not be able to fill it out accurately. So I don't want anybody to just rely on the Form B when they're dealing with an historic structure.
Right.
What really made me call in was conversations we've had many times with town council over the years, and that was 20 years for me. Town council was very clear that simply because the 50-year mark was hit, that is not dispositive of whether or not the structure is architecturally significant or contributing. He said, do not rely on couching everything on 50 years, because right now 50 years is like, what, 1970 something. So he said, be very careful about using the 50-year thing as any reason to deny or not or approve anything to any structure. He was very clear about that. He could never substantiate that in court. So that was pretty much what I was saying. Just be very careful about that. He was very clear about that. And he said you can add on to a structure and change a structure if you find what they're doing is architecturally appropriate, because as we all know, Nantucket has a peculiarity, as well as in building with Nantucket in mind, of additive massing. And we got all kinds of wackadoodle additive massing when the kitchens came in, then the bathrooms came in, and they had another staircase to the second floor. So this is common here. So he said, don't deny somebody something that may be architecturally appropriate given the additive massing significance of Nantucket architecture. That's the end of my speech.
Hillary, I'll get you're next. I just want to comment on that 1 second. So thank you, Linda. And basically everything that you said underscores the need for an updated survey.
You betcha.
Okay. I think we're all on the same page with that one. Hillary.
So I just wanted to get back to the NHL listing, because I think there's some different perspectives, different comments, casual comments, professional comments, experienced comments, inexperienced comments being made about this survey. And I hope that we can all accept that this survey of structures was commissioned by the Nantucket Preservation Trust. It was paid for. It was completed by architectural historians who've worked on Nantucket for 40 years. Nothing is perfect. Everything should be revisited. But as far as having, and I mean, Holly uses this as her Bible. She's let me know. So as far as having at least a start for a really well-informed local official survey, which, you know, has not, it's not like this thing gets revised all the time. I mean, it looks like a spreadsheet, but it's not a spreadsheet that we just go in and change. I mean, this is a published, accepted document. We have a certificate saying this has been accepted by the Department of the Interior to make you a National Historic Landmark. I think that that we have this and we should use it, because it's a place that has been vetted to a quite high extent, if not a final extent. It has been vetted, and we can say, if your building is here listed as a contributing structure, there's a good likelihood that it would be, you know, determined to be a contributing structure. Now, you could challenge that. You can have that be a discussion. But this is a place where you can go, and there's a reason why this information is here, and we should use it. So for realtors who are thinking, I need to advise my client, are you going to have a problem building your addition? What can you expect at the HTC? You could direct them to, well, look to see if it's at least look to see if it's listed as a contributing structure. You can call the NPT. They can give you advice. You know, I just would like to see us use this tool, and that this actually might be a source of strength as opposed to a source of confusion or fear or uncertainty or doubt.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I wish that all realtors had sort of the integrity to reveal that sort of information, but I think what they do commonly, and I have a lot of realtor friends, is, oh, well, let the HDC decide. I don't know, you know, I don't know the answer to that, you know, so you know, the idea is sort of kick the can down the road a little bit, and then it always winds up sort of on our laps at a certain point. Okay, anyone else with questions? Otherwise, I think we can conclude this discussion.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Please, Paula.
very briefly, under the listing of documents that Hillary alluded to as well, and in your packet, you received a letter regarding the preservation engineering study by Matthew Bronsky. Wanted to inform the HDC that Mr. Bronsky will be coming to Nantucket July 14th. Right, did I get that date right? July 14th, and we'll be meeting with myself and the DPW director, with a few other folks. And I think it would be, as well as I believe the NHC would think it would be best to have at least one representative from the HDC to attend that meeting, if possible.
Is that via Zoom, Holly?
We're physically going to be social distancing. Meeting him downtown.
Oh, yeah. Outside?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to be walking around. He's going to be looking at the sites. So with Rob McNeil.
Yeah, fabulous. That's just great. Let me think. I'm sure that we have a meeting between now and July 14th that we can notice and have a discussion about that and send one or more members of our board to attend. Definitely.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. Kathy, can you put that on as another business agenda?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, listen, this was great. I think we have a better rapport now, and I look forward to moving together and, you know, coming to solutions to a lot of these sort of lingering issues. So I thank you all for attending this meeting, and we'll talk about what our next steps are.
So, sounds great, Chairman Pohl. I just in conclusion, I'd love to just make sure that we all understand how we're leaving things, and you know, maybe what some next steps are. So, oh, sorry, Val.
No, I was just going to say my brain is so spinning with all of this stuff.
Understood it, and we'll get back to that. But let's just let Hillary finish, and then
Yeah. So I'm hearing that you agree with this idea that surveys, updating our surveys, is an excellent first priority, and that it's a big project that we need to put some shape around. And we're going to keep working around, but it's something that you would want and you'd like to see us happen.
Okay, now on that point, and Hillary, I think you know me well enough now to know that I don't make any statements without getting full discussion from my board and actually bringing it to a vote. I think we're all equal members here. And so what I think we need to do is we'll put that on. I'm certain that we're gonna reach the conclusion that I think we're gonna reach. I'd be very surprised if we didn't, but we'll have a discussion about it, come to a vote, and then you know the official word of our board.
Terrific. So we will look forward to having feedback from your official feedback as a board about that priority.
Okay. So sorry, just to interrupt because I want Kathy.
Yep.
The other agenda item, okay? Discussion of the survey and take it to a vote.
Okay. And
Okay.
then about the certified local government,
Mhm.
I don't want to overcomplicate it. You know, I don't think that MHC is going to make it difficult for a place like Nantucket to become a certified local government. You know, the NHC needed to exist. We now exist. And we just need to have this form filled out. I don't think we should overcomplicate it. So what would you like as far as for Holly to bring to you so that we could progress this idea in terms of, I think, Holly, what we really need from the HCC is this MOU, right? Is there anything else?
Exactly. So back to a point I made earlier, Holly, you said that there are some examples of other memoranda of understanding that we could just review and sort of vet. And I think that would be a good thing to do.
I received the one that was submitted in the packet from the CLG
Right.
coordinator from MHC.
Right.
I can ask him for others. Is that what you're wanting? To see what other communities have done?
You know, if they're materially different, you know, I can't imagine that the language is.
I don't think so. I mean, most MOUs are very simplistic in that.
Clearly,
nature.
the point
But I
there is we just want to know what we're getting into, you know.
Absolutely.
Our next meeting is July 10th. So Holly, maybe we could make some suggestions together with you about customizing that for Nantucket, and then you could take it to the HCC.
Hillary, I'd appreciate.
Yes. And then, of course,
yeah.
I just want to make a point of note to both commissions that any type of agreement, this would have to also go to the select board for their approval. And at the end of the day, they are our leading bodies. But I will note that over the past year or so, I've had you know, conversations with the town manager on what a CLG would be able to contribute to the island. So that was received well.
Great.
And we have also communicated, and I personally communicate with the select board, with the town manager about in our role as being advisory. So we have a conduit, you know, it's very appropriate for us to bring this to them as part of what we do, supporting them and advising them. The last thing I wanted to communicate and ask is this question of bringing all of the different groups together. I mean, we really appreciate how hard you all work and how difficult your task is. And we really want to hear from you what your planning partner, your sister group can do to help get you the information you need to discharge your duty, which I know you take really seriously and spend a tremendous amount of time on. So as far as like regular communication to advance these planning topics, what maybe you could also put, Ray, on your discussion. I don't know if you want to poll people quickly, but do you want to meet quarterly? Do you want to continue to just have an annual meeting? What seems to be really right?
Well, I think an annual meeting is far too rare. Quarterly, perhaps, you know, maybe. I was thinking maybe more frequently than that.
I mean, we could meet monthly. We meet monthly, and we could provide updates when you have your planning session. We could join you for that, but we really want to hear from you about what works for you.
Yeah. So, you know, the interesting thing about the planning session, Hillary, is it occurs, it's sort of like a blue moon phenomenon where it's when we have 5 Tuesdays in a month, which happens to be this month. So thus the planning session. And another thing that's happening right now that I'm sure has not escaped your notice is all of a sudden we've gotten really busy. So we've tacked on some things onto the agenda tonight, just so that we can sort of stay ahead of the curve and keep processing information. So a lot of it will have to do with our workload at any given time. Summer is always tough. Fall is, you know, it sort of eases up in the fall. But I think that sort of, if we can just kind of touch base monthly, again, I want to talk to my board members about that, but that, I think, given what we're trying to do here, having like a monthly update would not be a bad thing. In some form.
That sounds great. And of course, you can always call on us. You know, some of the things that came up were, well, we'd like to have more information about this area.
Right.
Please call on us opportunistically. And also don't be surprised if we lob some stuff over to you via our shared staff, things that we feel are important or care about.
That sounds good. Okay. Again, thanks you guys. I really appreciate your time, and this has been very, very informative. Oh, Val?
Yeah?
Yeah, I know what you were going to say. I think, no, I'll just let you say it rather than me tell you what you were going to say.
About what?
You were going to say that this is a lot of information to process, which indeed it is.
My head is spinning.
We're going to have a little bit of time to think about it, and we're going to put it on as an other business agenda, and we're just going to talk through it as a board and come to some conclusions, and we'll move forward from there. Okay?
Yes.
All right.
Sounds good.
Well, thank you all so much. Thank you truly for everything you do to protect Nantucket. And we're all going to go have dinner, and you're going to still be working. So thank you for that.
All right.
And, may I have a motion to adjourn this meeting of the Nantucket Historical Commission?
Make a motion.
And second?
That was Angus. Yes.
Oh, thank you. And second?
I second.
Okay, all in favor? Nikki,
Aye.
Clement, who else is still here? David?
Aye.
Okay, I think, and I'm an aye. Thank you very much. Have a
Thank
good
you.
Thank you guys. We really appreciate it. Night, night.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Great. Thank you, guys. So the next thing that I want to discuss, let's see, we're on to item number 6. I just want to check to see who's still here. I know Val's here. Abby's there. Abby.
John.
John. Hey, John. Stephen. Okay, good. Oh, Diane, you're there. And I think that's it. So the next thing is I just want to kind of like sum up where we are with respect. Oh, G-Man? Who's G-Man?
I can ask to identify them.
Well, we have a couple of people that I think want to speak on this. Oh, Mark Atone. Okay. So we want to bring him in.
I believe G-Man is the homeowner of 81 Vestal.
Okay. Well,
That's correct.
Yes, that's me, Guy Danello,
Okay.
just on my iPhone, and that's the only thing it's called.
Yeah. And do we have Chuck or anybody else on this?
But I did invite them. I did invite them.
Oh, Doug is here. Doug just got on.
Hey, I'm here.
Okay, so Mark's on.
You have to kill your
Okay, somebody.
Doug.
Ray.
Who's
Ray.
doing that?
That was Mark's.
Oh, it was Mark.
Yeah, it was your side.
It was Mark. Okay.
Sorry.
All
Had
right.
to meet you.
Ray,
Yes, Diane.
can you just ask Kathy to take the emblem of me off and connect me up to the picture?
Sure. Kathy, are you able to do that, or can somebody from the Zoom,
I got it.
There you go. Great. Okay. So this agenda item is on because basically we had a discussion about this, oh gosh, weeks ago. And the controversy is about 81 Vestal and the fact that there's a lot of retainage facing down to Duke's Road. And I didn't want to just sort of not report in. So the report is this. We reviewed a lot of different documentation on this. And I think Mark would certainly affirm that everything that is being done out there is being done in conformance with the drawings as submitted, which I won't refute. And I think that there are some inconsistencies, like the application had a certain amount of fill noted on it. That's an inconsistency. But at the end of the day, the building inspector basically said, you know, there's no way I'm going to issue a stop work order on this project. I'm a little disappointed. My only takeaway is that, and Mark, don't take this personally, but as I recall, and I know that Abby was on this, the last session, it was represented to us that this would not be visible from Duke's Road. And it is visible. And I think that now the board is sort of older and wiser, and we won't take it.
You're not.
Did you want to respond to that, Mark?
No, I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm trying to, look, it created a lot of controversy. I think a lot of this had to do with whenever we have a lot of grade change on a piece of property and there's retainage, it's all very difficult to sort of assimilate in a short amount of time, the short amount of time that it takes us to review a particular project, particularly when we approve something in one location and we move it somewhere else, and the topo changes, et cetera. So as was mentioned in the earlier discussion, we have a lot of stuff on our plate, and sometimes we just don't spend enough time reviewing everything, and certain things fall through the cracks. And I feel like to a certain extent, things fell through the cracks here. So I just wanted to touch base with my fellow board members to say that our recourse on this is kind of zero at this point. The building inspector is as everyone knows, is allowing the work to move forward. So I just kind of want to close the book on the whole thing, as you will. Does anyone have anything that they would like to say?
What's
Yes,
the point?
I would.
What's the point
unless you're
of,
Public or
Not
not,
saying anything.
Ray?
you mean at the moment? Hang on. So Val has the microphone right now.
Yep.
Okay. So go ahead, Val.
No, I just said there's no point. It doesn't matter how we feel. We've been told that, you know, they're going to do what they're going to do. And it's just too bad that there couldn't have been a compromise made, which would be the right thing to do. But that's my opinion.
No, it's disappointing.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. So nothing, what about all those berms and that we talked about the last time?
Okay, so just, it's a very, very complicated issue. So, and a lot of eyes have been on this whole thing. And the documentation that Mark and company provided regarding the retainage and so forth is accurate. So we essentially approved everything that's going on there. And there are inconsistencies between the drawings that were submitted and the application, you know, the actual filled out application, but it wasn't enough for the building inspector to warrant issuing a stop work order and mandating that things be corrected. So that's where we are, Abby.
Sorry, I was very helpful to remind me of the topography.
Oh, there's a huge amount of grade change. Yeah.
Yeah. So that person Webb.
Cam Webb is the next door neighbor. Yes.
Yeah.
He's not present right now.
Yeah. I didn't. I couldn't play it. Just that locust map just disappeared again. So
Sorry.
I was just looking.
I can put it back up.
Oh, thank you, Holly.
I didn't know if you guys wanted any documents up, so I figured the locus would be the best for a site plan.
Okay, so the Winston Street.
Kathy?
John?
Is that on the left side of the site?
Is Kathy there?
Kathy is here. John, hang on 1 second because Abby is saying something about the site plan right there.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where where's that big drop off on the left when you look up from Duke's Road? Is that on the left side of the site plan?
No, it's on the right, in the rear.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. So,
Go ahead.
so where it says 30 feet that goes through the swimming pool?
30 feet goes through the swimming pool. Oh, you mean the topo line?
Yes, the
Yes,
topo.
Yeah. That's existing topo, correct. Yes.
Okay.
Was that your question?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out how we weren't aware. I remember talking with Doug, I think. I can't remember why it was Doug.
Doug was representing it, yeah.
Right, and we were looking up from Duke's Road and we said, that's going to be too steep and we're not going to want to look. And they were going to berm it down and there was going to be a wall of only 4 feet. And then we were talking only about the short part of the site.
Well, Abby, credit where credit is due. You were the one that was most concerned about the visibility of all this from Duke's Road. And Doug, God bless Doug, I love Doug, but Doug did say that this is not going to be visible. I think we basically took that on faith. So, yeah, by the way, this site plan, what it doesn't show is there's another piece of property, number 32 Duke's Road, that this abuts on the north side, and Duke's Road is up above that yet again. So there's a piece of property between this piece of property and Duke's Road.
Where's Kathy?
Kathy is there somewhere, John. Do you want to ask her a question?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here, John.
Kathy?
Yes, I'm here.
Say good night, John.
Good night, John.
Good night, everybody.
Oh, he's leaving.
John, are you taking off?
Well, it's 7:25. You
Yeah.
got more to do?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
We do.
Okay.
So you're hanging in there?
What do you got, about 14 left?
Yeah, we're just going to get through what we can get through. But so, John, I want to return to make sure that Abby has said what she needs to say. Abby, have you finished?
I was trying to recap where we went wrong and I don't know why. I mean, usually we do pick up on the topos and I don't know why we were concentrating just on that one elevation, and I just want to kick myself for not seeing the sides.
Yeah, that's kind of where we are with this. I mean, that plan that's on the screen right now is the one that we approved. And if you look at that, you'll see that top of wall, if I read properly, is 36. Well, that's sitting on an existing elevation line of 30. So that's 6 feet that's raised up 6 feet. And that's not even at the most egregious portion. So,
So what is, sorry, what are they do? I thought they talked about doing something.
well, they did. And so what they're doing is, and Mark, you might want to chime in on this one. I think that they're enhancing the vegetation on the north side of this property, stretching down onto the neighbor's property. They got approval to plant on the neighbor's property, which is the property just to the north of this. And I believe they're also planting on the east side, which would be the Cam Webb side of the property. Did I say that correctly, Mark?
Yeah, Ray, thank you. That is generally correct. Yeah, and Abby, your I appreciate your concern. You're actually quoted in the minutes about your concern about the exposure of the foundation as viewed from Duke's Road. I know that we said no visibility. Usually we say limited visibility. And since this was approved, the north property has been further cleared because that's being developed by Ed Toole. And so what vegetation had been there has now been removed, exposing more of this rear lot. That said, this was approved by the board with a fairly aggressive planting plan, which we had to submit, and it was required, and we did submit that. And then since this has developed, we have enhanced that plan. We further developed it by actually now identifying the plant material, the caliber of the plants, whether they be deciduous and evergreen and a mix so that they appear natural. If given the opportunity to share a screen, I can pull that plan up. It's of use. So we've taken great efforts to do that. And let me just go to my folder here. And
Ray, you're holding your head. Are you?
No, don't.
so
No.
we have aggressively, as we did, we talked to the abutters, to Hollis Webb and to Ed Toole, and have discussed planting onto the property, create as natural a transition onto the abutting properties and provide the screen as not only required by the HDC, but also to make the neighbors more comfortable with the situation. So certainly the property owner has been in long discussions with both Ed, I think quite recently, and last week, and Hollis prior to that. And you can see this is far more robust than what was actually approved by the HDC board. It includes not only the north elevation, but also the east elevation, as you can see here as well. So we can screen it for Hollis. And I know drainage is a concern that was also on here. The Bracken plan includes several pumps and dry well systems that contain the, I think, 17,000 square feet of lot area, which are over 20,000 originally rolled down into to Duke's and to Hollis's Web. That's now all being managed on site, obviously, as we would traditionally do.
Well, I appreciate that, Mark. It's not part of our purview, but
right.
Okay. Did you finish, Mark?
I think so. I just wanted to make it clear for Abby to understand that there indeed is a planting plan, and not only just the one the HCC approved, but one that we have aggressively enhanced since and heavily detailed. And first, just the note on the discrepancies. I think, how that evolved. This was applied for. There were revisions that came in. It wasn't approved in one meeting. And as we all know, we don't also often go back, and maybe we should go back to that application and adjust every number or color or window type, that sort of thing. I often believe the drawings become the exhibit of the approval. You correct me if I'm wrong. So discrepancies arise, I think, due to the process from filed to approval. Certainly wasn't any intent there.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I never considered it from that perspective. Did I see Linda Williams on there and with her hand raised?
Hand raised.
There you go.
This first came up, these guys came to me to see if there were discrepancies between what was built and what was
Linda,
saw. Yep.
Linda, just to be clear, who guys came?
Hollis, Chuck, that group
Okay.
that's right there.
The neighbors.
Yeah, and it's
Okay.
not Cam. Cam doesn't live here. He's not here, period. It's Hollis and his brother. And
Did I say Cam?
yeah,
I'm
and they didn't have a problem with the original application. They were noticed like they're supposed to be. They saw everything on that plan. And then all of a sudden this shows up because they didn't have to renotice. I think that may be something the board may want to have a conversation about. Because when there are substantial changes like this and the cabana moves back towards them in this particular case, but in any case, grading has changed dramatically. They were not expecting this, and it was an absolute shock when they saw this 10-foot wall going up over Hollis's house, his property. So there's some inconsistencies, as you pointed out. We've been top to bottom on these plans and the grade change was not specifically called out like that. And the minutes specifically say not visible from Duke's Road, not minimally, not limited, like Mark mentioned that we do a lot. Not visible from Duke's Road. This is going to be visible from Duke's Road unless they plant all that, and that's what they're planting it for. So they're not in violation. Under the HDC Act, when somebody deliberately or otherwise, misrepresents something that the board then votes on, the board has the right to rescind, because we did this with Lion Street. We've done this a couple of times over the last 20 some odd years. We've rescinded approvals because they were not what we thought and not what was on the plan, not what was represented in verbal testimony at the HDC hearing. And just so you know how this worked before, the HDC formally sent a letter to the building commissioner, which you didn't do in this case, asking for rescission or a stop work order based on the fact that it's clearly in violation of what was represented and what was on the plan. Town council then got involved and he filed a stop work order or some sort of an injunction on Lyons Lane because they tore the entire 1800 house down under the guise that they were renovating, but the whole house disappeared. So I've been through this process a couple of times. So don't shortchange yourself that the building commissioner doesn't rescind or put a stop work order on something if the HDC asks and it all goes through town council. So just keep that in mind for the future. This is a big problem for these guys, but I hope the planting is going to settle this because they're still agitated about the whole process.
Yeah.
And you can't displace water in this state anyway, with archaic land use laws. You can't displace water onto a neighbor's property without it becoming a civil matter. So whatever they can do to stop that, because of the grade change, do that. But one more point about Vestal, that part of Vestal Street. We have had all these subdivisions going on up there, particularly up at that end. And I know this property well. It had a lot of ZBA and planning board issues with these lots up there that were subdivided. They, the HDC has traditionally been very sharp on any grade change to plateau any of these lots up there because of how fast they fall off. So most of the houses have been forced to go up onto the Vestal side and not plateau. They've been forced to work with the grade as it goes down the back of the lot. This one has more grade change and more plateau than any of the lots that I ever saw up there, that upper end of Vestal. So just keep that in mind because this isn't the last house that's coming in from up there.
Yeah.
You need to watch the grade changes because this one got away from you.
Understood. Well, Linda, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sure the board does too. Stephen, I noticed that you have your hand raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to co-opt a thing I'd read earlier today that action without vision is stumbling around. And I kind of feel like where we are with this, at least for me, you know, I want to be really clear. One of the areas the HCC has control over with new construction or existing construction is not only the location on the site and the setbacks, but how those elements and the buildings and structures, which the retaining walls are, relate to the buildings and structures in the vicinity. And so having said that, the fact that the property showing, the building shown to the east, which I believe is the Hollis property,
yes,
was not included in the site plans that we reviewed. I'm disturbed by that. I'm not casting any aspersion, but this is an impetus for the suggestion I'm going to make next. But I want to be clear on this particular application and go back to action without vision is stumbling around. As our chairman said, you know, we're overburdened. We're trying to process these things, but we need the information in front of us in order to make informed decisions. For me in particular, seeing a structure there so close to the property line would have immediately caused, as it has with other applications, a review of the grade in that area specifically. So I am troubled by it. We do have the authority. The comments that Linda made, I don't dispute. How the board wants to proceed with that is obviously, as a commission, is up to the commission. But I do believe that we need to harness the oversight here. It's the impetus to be perhaps an agenda item, Mr. Chairman, where if something comes in and it has whatever the dimension is, an elevation increase, perhaps 3 feet, cross sections of the site need to be provided with existing and proposed elevation changes. And we need to have all the buildings in proximity to the property lines shown on the site plan. And I think that that will help serve the commission in preventing similar instances of this type of thing, regardless of the outcome on this particular application. So I thank you for listening to me on that.
Well, that's all great. Stephen, thank you. So Kathy, if you're there, you're probably
Yes.
muted.
No, I'm here.
Okay, so to Stephen's point, I think that you and I should come up with some language that we can put this under other business that would cover all the things that Stephen's talking about. I think in this case, it wouldn't be specific to this project. It would be sort of a general rule or a policy moving forward in terms of grade change and so forth. Okay.
Okay.
So is there anyone else want to speak on this application? Okay. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, this one slipped through the cracks. It's unfortunate. There's a lot of people that are unhappy about it, but I don't think that there's really any action that we can take at this time. So I think we can conclude this discussion. So if there's no further comment, I believe we can move on to a couple of old business. Stephen? Yes.
Yeah, I don't want to be legalistic, but I think
Go ahead.
I would just suggest that since it's actually an agenda item, we would be concluding this discussion, but the HDC is not forfeiting any rights under law. I mean, if something were to come up on this in the future, we want to be served.
Specific to this application?
Yes.
Well, I don't think we are, because nothing's really coming to a vote. You know, we haven't voted on anything.
No, it was just to clarify for the record. I'm not suggesting we need to say that other than has just been said, but
Okay.
I think it's important.
Yeah, well, I think, okay, that's a good clarification. Thank you. Okay, so I think I'm going to move us along to number 7 of our agenda, which is old business. Do we still? Thank you, everyone. Let's see. Val, we still have you. Diane, you're still on board? Stephen, you're obviously here. Abby, do we still have you? Everybody's muted.
Yeah.
But here, let's see.
I'm going back and forth. I'm in a state of flux.
That's okay. Well, now that we're getting into old business with our board members, I want to make sure that who's on and who's off. So do we still have John?
No, he left.
Oh, so that was an official goodbye. Okay,
Yeah.
so John's gone. So we have Val, Diane, Stephen, Abby, okay? And myself, of course. So the first item under old business is 65 Center Street. So
I'm
wait.
here.
Diane, wait, is Diane still with us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, sorry, Diane, I couldn't hear you. Okay, so 65 Center is myself, Diane, Abby, and Val.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay? So, Linda, you have the floor.
Did everybody get a chance to look at the pictures and the plan
Yes.
that were sent out?
Well,
Yep.
Okay. Guess we start at the first picture. Don't go too fast up there. We revised a lot of it and explained it in a little bit more detail. We have this tree, which is one of the most, apparently according to the tree guys, one of the best and healthiest elm tree left.
Wow.
And the roots come between the two properties.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not running a retaining wall up to that tree. And if you look at the plan, you can see that it stops before there's no retaining wall up to the tree.
Here, let's, Holly, don't want to overburden you, but if you could direct us to the plan.
Plan
now.
would be good.
Yeah. But so Linda, to the tree, is that something that's changed since the last time that we've seen?
Well, originally we were talking about putting the fences on top of a low retaining wall as it went up the hill.
Yeah, yeah. I
Got rid of
remember.
the retaining wall up to that, pretty much where that circle is. That's the tree. So there
Yeah.
is no retaining wall. So the 4 feet of fence is on the grade and the 6 foot of fence is on the grade.
On grade.
Yep, so they're not on top of the wall there. So there's no retaining wall up to that tree. We got to stay away from the tree.
Well,
Once you get to the tree, the retaining wall begins because that's when it goes almost straight uphill back there. And we've decided not to put the fence on top of the wall because that was a big concern because it would have ended up being almost 9 feet when you get to the steps.
okay, just to be clear, Linda, the fence on top of retaining wall was happening in the vicinity of the parking,
Yeah, we
right?
took it out. We took the
Closer
retaining
to
wall.
Center Street. Now, anything that's happening behind the tree, meaning the retaining wall and the fence on top of the retaining wall, that's remaining the same, correct?
No, the fence is going to be at grade. We're not going to put the fence on top of the retaining wall. So the retaining wall is on its own. And the fence will be behind it.
Okay, got
So
it.
it doesn't come up another 3 feet by the time you get up to the patio.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And then the retaining wall is just that strip right there because it's very sharp. And then up where the patio is, there's no retaining wall anymore up to the corner.
Oh,
We
I
took
see.
that out.
Yeah,
And then on the steps, you'll see we got rid of the steps. We took out a foot on the retaining wall on the right and we took out the other steps. So the retaining wall disappears up there too. So we've reduced the amount of retaining wall, but the retaining wall that runs from the steps to be just beyond the tree has to
Yeah.
be a minimum of 3 feet because we can't dig it. We have to put it in gravel because the roots are all under there. And in
right.
order to retain the dirt from the tree, we had to run it at 3 feet instead of the 4 feet where we started. So then you go up towards the patio, you go beyond the patio, and that is in one of the pictures. That fence back there is already on top of an existing retaining wall. So
Right.
what we're doing, there it is. We're gonna, back in the back, there's another picture below it. We're just gonna put a new fence in front of that because that's not our fence and we don't like that fence. We don't even know where it came from. But our fence is going to turn the corner and go across the back on top of the retaining wall, which you can see right below it. So there's a pretty massive retaining wall in 2 spots that runs all the way across the back.
And that's what we're just barely seeing in this picture right underneath of that microlam,
Yeah.
that little concrete thing. That's
Well,
the
there's a big wall right to the right that
Oh,
we've
that.
got dirt piled up on too. So
Oh,
these
yeah.
walls are already there.
All right.
So then you go around the corner, which I believe is the next picture. That's some more of the back. You get a better visual on the retaining walls back there.
Mhm,
And then
mhm.
you see where it turns the corner to the left. And that retaining wall is also right here on top of the fence is on top of an existing retaining wall. All we're doing is replacing, this is still the back of the structure. Go down one more.
Back of the property.
Yeah, here we go. This is where it turns the corner and you can see there's a piece missing now, but there's a 6-foot fence already on top of that. We're just going to replace it. We're going to put it at 5.5 feet because that's what the existing fence is now. So we're replacing this fence that's not in great shape, as you can see on the next picture. Yay, great fence. So we're going to replace that and then it drops down to 4 feet as you get towards the street, as we had proposed before. This is looking towards Center Street.
Correct.
So we're taking this out and then we're backing up the 4-foot fence out of 12 feet. And then we've got steps on there, going down to the street, which match the neighbor's fence and the steps.
Okay.
So we've subdued a lot. And then the planting scheme, because everybody was concerned about planting, about being too formal. There will be none, forget the picture you saw before. There'll be no columnar arborvitae or Leland cypress at all. None of that formal stuff. No formal plantings, no privet. What's going to be over there is year round, mostly year round. American holly, Heller holly, boxwood, skimmia, skip laurel, and of course, everybody has to have hydrangeas. So it's not going to be as formal as the renderings were. It's going to be much more of an organic situation. So we've reduced the walls, we've reduced the fence on top of walls and reduced the stairs and reduced that wall that runs perpendicular. And then put more organic plantings in there.
Great. Thank you. Okay, so who's my first victim? Abby, would you like to go first?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Did you hear the dog too?
Yes.
No, of
Oh,
course
I'm
not.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'll go. I'll be really fast. I was just
Yeah.
appreciate the changes.
Yeah.
You know, making it more naturalistic.
Solid fence.
Go ahead.
Okay. I was just wondering towards the street, I went by there a couple of times and looked in. I didn't want to trespass, but I know you said we could go, but I think this is fine. I was just wondering towards the street, if the fence, do we have to have a fence? Could it be like, you know, most like the hedge? Could we have a privet hedge, or is it such that the neighbor towards West Chester Street, is there a reason that we have to have the board going all the way down to the street?
Yeah, they wanted the block and the grade changes significantly between us and them as it goes down to Chester. This is a pretty steep part of Center Street. I got to tell you, we used to sled on it when we were kids. But yeah, the fence is there to keep us away from them and give them some privacy because that's their backyard. And
Okay,
we didn't want the cars right there. Now there's, Holly, if there's pictures of the driveway and the wall, if you want to go back to the pictures for a second, I forgot about that, down towards the bottom. The same Ben Shampoo is doing all of it. Here is the same wall, right across from it. This is at 2 Cliff Road. These are the these are the rough cut steps that we're using, and these are the walls that we're using. We took all the bluestone off, by the way.
Yeah.
And then the last one is the driveway.
Yeah.
There it is. That's the driveway we're putting in.
Yeah, no, I think it's gonna be great. I'm okay with it.
Thank you.
I was just, I was concerned about what it might look like on the right, but if the neighbors are, you know, amenable to the fence, then I'm fine with it.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. How about you, Val?
I appreciate the changes, Linda. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's much better. It's not so formal, and yeah, nice job.
Thank you.
Diane.
Yeah, Linda, I was just wondering, one of the pictures had the fence, the 5-foot fence, and the existing further foot had boards in it. Is that just so it will stay up?
Yeah,
When you
that's so we didn't get involved with the neighbor to the north of us, or north of us, because we wanted to keep her, she wanted privacy, didn't want to see the noise and the lights, and so we put that up because the rest of the fence fell down.
Okay. No, I just
Everything
want
fell down here.
right. So
Okay.
I think it's good. I think it's a huge lot than I was ever aware of when
Oh, yeah, it's big.
they fixed screens. I don't know. I guess you just went one place, but it seen it from both sides. It's a big place.
It is, and I've taken a lot of pictures of the inside where the sheathing is still visible, and I took pictures when they put the sheathing back up. And they're beginning to put a lot of the posts back in now. So I've taken a lot of pictures as the posts go back in, sistered to the new frame.
Right. Hey, guys, it sounds like we have liftoff because I too am okay with this application. So I think we can
Make
move.
a motion to approve.
There we go. Thank you, Diane. Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
chair in favor, motion carries. There you go, Linda. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Get some dinner, everybody.
Okay, next up is Matt, I believe, 78 Walwinet Road, new dwelling. Okay, so the board on this, myself, Diane, Abby, Val, oh, and Stephen. Wow, all of us. Okay. Do we have, oh, I see Matt.
Excuse me.
Stop that, Val. Okay, Matt, are you, can we hear you?
Oh, sorry, there we go.
No, you're good. You got it. Go.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So The last time you reviewed the main house, you had requested a lot of documentation about the siding, grading, visibility. And so most of the work that we've done is related to that and providing that documentation. We have since submitted the garage, and we included that as part of our, that same material as part of that submission, just to give everybody the opportunity to kind of digest it and go through it. So as you know, I think that the conclusion was, or one of our positions was like the lack of visibility. And so that's really what we kind of focused on. As far as architectural changes to the structure, we focused mostly on the components that the board had discussed, which I'll start with really the kind of the facade of the structure. On the south elevation, which would be drawing A 2.1, there was a general request that we reduce the pitch. The pitch was actually a 13 or 14 pitch, was a steeper pitch. We dropped that to a 12-12, which I thought was a good, we're kind of going for a steeper pitch, but I think the 12-12 works really well. The third floor dormers, Diane had mentioned that they were like too narrow. The windows were too small. And so we widened them, changed the pitch of the dormer itself, and was able to add a larger scaled window. And so I think that those were great comments. There's another kind of smaller detail which may not have been obvious at the original submission, but because the dormer was so wide, we really couldn't get actually shingles around the window. And so we just had butt jointed cedar painted. And I think Ray, to your point, in terms of like kind of some of the formal or Georgian, details, that the wider dormer allowed us to go to a shingled dormer. And so,
sorry, Matt, where is that?
That's on the third floor dormers.
Yeah, and what did you do?
They were previously much narrower dormers.
Yeah,
so narrower that there really wasn't enough area for shingle, and so we basically had it was just more white trim basically in the dormer.
I see. Okay.
The side of the dormer was, which I know you didn't like. I don't think anybody probably liked it. We didn't really even discuss it, but because we widened it, it made it a more traditional dormer, which I think hopefully addressed some of the other concerns. And again, you can see the comparative analysis, the comparative previous submission on the bottom right-hand corner. The other change we had made, and this was requested, John, Ms. McLaughlin had requested, was to change this front entry to a 7 pitch, which we had done. We changed the dimension of the roof walk so that it didn't come as far down onto the roof. And we also are proposing to make the skirting natural. And we actually, I think that we could actually make the entire, I think the skirting definitely is natural. That's what we're calling out. Finally, we had some roof, we had three wood burning fireplaces, but 1 gas unit. And because of that, we had kind of an awkward cap detail on one of the chimneys, which was here. And we've since omitted that and eliminated any gas units and put these chimney pots on the top of the chimney and made the cap a little bit more traditional as well. We also omitted the side lights. The side lights previously on the front door went all the way down to the, it was all glass basically. And I think Abby had requested that we may add a panel. And so that's what we've done. So I think a majority of the changes, Mr. Chair, are on the facade of the building, and most of them are kind of specific to the the upper floor. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. Stephen, if you're ready.
He's muted. You're muted, Steve.
I'll unmute him.
There we go. Thank you. Matt, I'm having some difficulty with a couple things through you, Mr. Chair. Number one is the plan, the site plan showing the topo is, I mean, I can read it if I zoom in, but it's so much smaller than the typical drawing sheet submission size, so as to be almost useless when it's used for HDC purposes, including after the fact. The other thing is I'm looking at, bear with me because part of the problem is I'm looking at what would appear to be the location of the
You still there, Stephen?
yeah.
Oh,
So there's a large discrepancy between what's submitted on the sheet. It's jumping around here. It's not labeled. It says enlarged site plan at the bottom. Site plan 1 foot equals 80 feet. There's a discrepancy of a large discrepancy, approximately, I'd say 6 feet in elevation between what's on the site plan sheet and what's on the town's topo. The town topo indicates approximately between 20 and 22 feet at the tennis court, with 30 feet much further away than is shown in the site plan. So I guess what I was looking for was a comparison of the existing to the proposed that mimics the town's topo. And if the town's topo is wrong, then I'd like to understand why. Because the concern being that this is going to be highly visible from the ocean side, and it will be much taller along the Fargo Way if the grade changes that appear to be occur. Thank you.
thanks, Stephen.
I can,
Val?
I appreciate the changes. I think, you know, my vote will be based on the lack of visibility or no visibility in perpetuity. And I do appreciate Steve's concern, and in light of what just happened in our prior little conversation, we should make sure everything is right with the topography.
if I could,
Ray, can I
Mr.
ask you a question?
Okay, first of all, hang on, everybody. I want to make sure that Val has concluded.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Matt, I know you want to say something, but I want to hear from the board members first. So I'm going to go to Diane.
Matt, I don't know where that tennis court he was talking about is.
Oh, Diane, if you see the site plan that's on the computer screen right now?
Yeah.
See, it's actually on the neighbor's property.
Oh, it's on the neighbor's property.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm using that as a frame of reference. Yeah.
okay. I couldn't figure out what. And it doesn't look like it's very far off Fargo Road.
The tennis court or the house?
Either one, but the tennis court is
The
closer.
tennis court appears to be quite close to Fargo. I'm going to say 30 or 40 feet.
If that, yeah.
Well, let's see, the tennis court is 60 feet wide, so that's, yeah, maybe 20 feet away from Fargo.
Right. Okay. I just wanted to get it because the topography in this particular area is all over the place.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think what he's done to the front of the house is good. I think it looks nice. And you're from Fargo, you're looking at the narrowest elevation. I don't know. I don't think there's a very much guarantee that you won't see certainly part of it from Fargo Lane. I don't know that you'll see it from the water, but the front is good. It's the only elevation we've seen. Did you change any of the other elevations, Matt?
No, Diane, they're all essentially relegated towards the south elevation.
Okay. Well, I think the south elevation has a good feeling of it. I think the two additions that go on, I think that looks very nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Abby.
Yeah, yeah, I'm with Val on this. I mean, hopefully Well, I think the architecture is a little out of place for Wawanett, so I'm okay with the whole style if we really don't see a lot of this from Fargo Lane. I'm questioning the roof walk. Like, do you really need the roof walk there?
I could answer that, Mr. Chair. I mean,
That's the question to Matt. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, so because the vegetation is so tall on the site, the view from the second floor is fairly limited. And again, we can look at the site axons if you want, because I think those will be helpful. And I can go back to Stephen's comment because we do have a lot of supplemental information that we had submitted that the text is large enough and it is accurate and vetted with the surveyor. But you can see the vegetation is actually very, very tall there. So to answer your question, the structure is very far from Wawanett Road, and it's also pretty far from the water. And so as close as it is and as large as the parcel is, a lot of it is wetland, and the actual exposure and view towards the water is fairly limited. And so that is why there's a roof walk.
Okay, thank you, Matt.
Abby?
That's my only concern.
Okay. So although I appreciate, Val, your idea of approving it with lack of visibility and in perpetuity, unlike a pool, this is potentially visible from so many different places. And the third floor and the roof walk are so heavily loaded, and they're white. I don't see any way that I could possibly approve this the way it's drawn. The roof walk is more than a third of the roof plane. That's, cardinal. Did you say something, Diane?
No, I just coughed. I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, the fact that we have dormers on the third floor, we have a freeze board, we have a roof walk, all these white things towering way up there. I think that if it were visible, you'd have to vegetate so heavily with such tall trees that in and of itself would be a problem. So unless things happen to the third floor and the roof walk and the white trim, I can't be in favor of this. So would someone like to make a motion? No? No motion? Somebody's got to make a motion.
I mean, I'll make a motion.
Go.
I would make a motion that we receive the proposed and existing elevations in cross section, and we get clarification on the difference between the town topo and the applicant submission.
Mr. Chair, I know you got to follow through that motion, but I thought a motion was coming, so that's why I was quiet. I think that we've got a lot of that information, and we submitted a lot of that information in the packet. And so I think we're looking at the architecturals, which is a site plan, but we do have a lot of that detailed information that you've requested, and it is vetted, and it's we're working with a surveyor who can verify.
Hang on a second.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, please. We've got a motion, and we've got the applicant debating.
Yeah, no,
The prior request was for specific information, which unless someone can point out to me where it is in this application, I don't see it. I don't see a cross section showing the existing and proposed elevations.
It's right, isn't it? Aren't we looking at it right now?
I don't see it, and I don't see it from the information that was submitted with our pack to download to view. Oh, here. Okay, so I was looking at the, what the staff had sent out for us to review. And that's what my comments are based upon. So why is there a discrepancy in what we're reviewing here and what we received to view from staff?
I don't know if there's, I don't think there should not be a discrepancy. Well, first of all, I'll tell you the GIS topographic numbers are inaccurate. Those are not vetted numbers. I think those are all based on, satellite imagery. And so we rely exclusively on the surveyed topo, and that's what we've provided. As far as why it wasn't included in your view pack, I can't say, but we did work very, very hard a majority of our submission here was based on your specific comments. So these are reflective of what you'd requested, and it shows, again, these are PDFs. They're high resolution PDFs. They print out at 24 by 36 inches. So the resolution's high. You can actually zoom in. There's a lot of information here, a lot of the information that you had requested. So I'm sorry. It sounds like you're a little bit irritated, but we did what we requested. We worked very hard on it, and we submitted it. So,
Mr. Chair, may I, if I may?
Who's that talking?
This is Kathy.
Kathy?
Yes, so these came in on Friday. I was out Friday, it's, as we say before with staff, when we get things in late, I can't put everything on the website. So I put it on this packet for you guys to review at the meeting. I get things in all the time, and it's impossible for me to keep adding stuff to the website. It's very, so that's why we always request I have it in with the submission so that I can put everything on the website. Where I do it after the fact, it's time consuming. So that's why it's not on the website, but it's right there that Holly has on her jump drive. So I apologize, but it's harder to manipulate all these PDFs when I get them in last minute.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
So I'd just like to clarify a couple of things. One, the irritation that may be sensed is frustration over not having information to view in a timely manner prior to the meeting so as not to waste the applicant's time, the other commissioner's time, nor my own. There's no assertion that staff should be posting things immediately as they come in or on a Saturday for a Tuesday meeting. I was simply trying to determine why what I was viewing in preparation for the meeting was not what was requested, and what we're viewing now now I'm seeing it on Zoom, but it's at a scale that I can't review the information that I would like to review because it's not interactive. So Matt, I want to clarify, when I was looking at my drawings and making comments about a lack of information, I was referring to the documents that were provided. I would like to make a motion that we would hold this to the next meeting. I would like to review the information that was provided so that I can comfortably vote on it. If that doesn't pass, that's fine, but given where we were with the previous recent application, I am absolutely not comfortable voting on something without having vetted this myself.
And if I could,
they due diligence, sorry.
And to be fair, we're all just trying to deal with this Zooming thing. It's very hard to discern stuff. It's such a small scale. We'll probably have to print them out. So I think that's fair.
I get it, if I could. And like I said, so just to back up, we were reviewed on a Tuesday. The deadline was a Thursday. We got the revisions of the main house in as you requested. And then we did submit the supplemental topographic information just because it took us like 3 or 4 days to put together. After we did include it as part of the garage as well. So I totally get it. What was important to me, Stephen, I just wanted you to know that it wasn't as if, I just want to make sure that you know that we're trying to give you everything that you're requesting. I understand.
Kathy made that clear. Kathy made that clear. And Stephen said that he just wants to, and I totally agree with this, the Zoom format, one of the really dire deficiencies of the Zoom format is that we can't have a set of drawings that we can throw a scale down onto and reference. So listen, there are difficulties. We all know that with this format. We don't love it. We'd love to return to the old way of doing business, but here we are. And so Stephen has made a request to be able to subject the information that he now has access to some further review. I think that's legitimate, and I would like to proceed with a vote on his motion. So, having said that, Val.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
She's muted.
Okay. Well, Stephen, you're in favor of your motion, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Chair.
Aye.
Diane is in favor of, and so is the chair. Motion carries. So we'll see you next time, Matt. Actually, no, we'll see you. Yeah, we'll see you the next application.
Next time too.
Here we go. Okay. So thanks. And we're moving now to 24 Bartlett. Let me check we have myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and no Stephen on this one. Okay.
I will.
Bartlett Road. Sorry, I said Bartlett Road. I meant Bartlett Farm Road. Okay. Thank you.
Oh. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I could start. Great. So thank you, Kathy. And by the way, Kathy, you do an amazing job. I know that we're flooding you with information and trying to do as we can. So thank you. So, Mr. Chair, we put together a few just schematic renderings for everyone's reference. Two things. One is we are working with the landscape architect to generate a screening plan. The model here is not 100% reflective of that, but the idea is to just show you that there will be some kind of privet around the edge, probably not as formal as this, but it was really primarily to show you and the board about the visibility and how you would view this structure.
Matt?
Yep.
Just so I'm clear on this, the street that's in the foreground is Bartlett Farm Road, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Correct. So I'm just going to put these perspectives together just to show you what the visibility was. So they just erected the ridge poles. I was told they were going to go up earlier, but I think they just went up yesterday or even maybe this morning. So for scale purposes, we wanted to get those up sooner. I apologize. We actually thought we were going to be heard in a week, but we go, anyway, so architectural changes to the structure. Probably the most important one, and I think this is something that the board or you, Mr. Chair, had requested specifically, was the gray trim. And I think that's what those renderings demonstrate. The effect on the presence of the structure. I think it actually goes a long way to make it fairly muted. A couple of the just in general, what we did is we dropped the height by another foot. We dropped the second floor plate height by 6 inches. And so our overall ridge height is 27 feet 10 at its highest.
Hey, Matt.
Yep.
Okay, so you dropped the plate height 6 inches and the ridge came down a full foot?
Oh, we changed the pitch as well.
Okay, thanks.
And so we're down 18 inches from where we were originally. And we're kind of starting to crowd the second floor a little bit. There are a lot of one-story elements, not a lot, but you can see there's a one-story space was a living area. We've got this kind of a salt box effect here, and we did change that rear dormer from a shed to a gable. You had actually, Mr. Chair, suggested dropping that plate, and so it actually sits below the header of the window, but I thought it was a great suggestion because it does drop the scale of that structure. If we could go to the third slide, which is just the facade. So this is the view, when you turn the corner onto the secondary street there. Again, I think what the color change demonstrates is just how this, the impact I thought was very significant. I think there's a lot of architectural details here that are indicative of the area. I know that, there's some open field areas and there's other existing architectural styles here. Some are more varied. But we think that this style is appropriate with the crossbuck rail. We've got the exposed rafter tails on the first floor wraparound porch, and try to keep generally the language fairly subdued. Again, I think the color changed. It was kind of a hard decision to get there, but I think once we got there, I think it has a really significant impact. Anyways, that's all we have, Mr. Chair.
So
that last slide's the same thing. It's just got a scale figure, some hipster in the driveway.
So the one thing that is lacking, or at least I have not yet seen in this presentation, is the elevations with the changes bubbled with the previous.
Sorry, yes. Yeah.
Do we have that? Okay, there it is. Yeah. Okay. All right. Holly, would you mind just scrolling up and down so we can all see the whole package? Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Diane, is that you talking?
Yeah, I can go.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
I got two questions.
Hmm.
Matt, how high is it now?
It's 2710 to the ridge.
Okay, and it doesn't have anything above it. What, seeing the front, the south elevation that looks out onto Bartlett Farm Road. I'm sorry, I didn't pick it up last time, but I think that the two porches on the second floor are too much. This is, Bartlett Farm Road has one other house on it, which is the house before this one, which belonged to the Hulls, Peter Hull. And he put in a garage in the little house in back. Those are the only houses on this street. The other house that's on the coming up Bartlett Farm Road's got a hedge around it that must be 12 feet tall, so you don't see the house. And it's sequestered away from Bartlett Farm Road. I think then you go and you start the farm, and all the rest of the houses that you, or buildings that you see, are all farm related. And this is a neat house, as I said before, but I think that the two porches on the front with the front porch is too much. I'm sorry, but that's what I think. And if you brought it down to 27 feet, I guess you can't get any more out of it, but it's just, it's a little street development, three houses, two of which belong to the house next door, and then this one, and a little house in back that I'm not sure who it belongs to, but that's it. And when you get to the farm, as I say, it's all farmland, so I don't know. Otherwise, I have no problem with the side elevations. I think they're good, but I do think two porches on the second floor in this area is too much. And I would prefer not to see a privet hedge circling the house. And there's no pool in this house right yet.
There will be, Diane.
There will be.
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
not part of this application. We're not reviewing that right now.
No, I couldn't see whether the privet looked like it had a fence in front of it.
Yeah, I mean, the privet was primarily just diagrammatic. I'm sure someone's going to come up with something more creative than that, but I just wanted to get a sense of the visibility.
I would love them if they would come up with something more creative and more indigenous to the land there.
That's the idea.
That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much, Diane. How about you, Val?
Well, Matt says they just put the polls up. I would like to see that.
Good idea.
And just to be clear, south is the front facing the little way, Maxie's Way or Moxie's Way, whatever it is. What is facing Bartlett Road is the west. And to me, that's the side that's the most different.
You may want to look at those. I put those perspectives together, Val, for that reason, just to kind of demonstrate.
Like if you turned it so the south was facing Bartlett Road, I would have so much less of a concern with it, but
Honey, Val, that's what you said the last meeting.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but
I just think
wait,
that
Matt, let Val finish, okay?
that especially the west with the little pent roof and the odd salt box formation, it sticks out to me as very unusual in this wide open pastoral farm area. And please don't put hedge, because I think that's gonna be a mistake. It should be a little more naturalized or something, but that's just me. I would like to see the polls, and thank you for saying you put them up. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you. I believe Abby's on this, right? Yes, Abby, you're on this.
Yes, hi. So this elevation that we're looking at right now is on
Bartlett Farm Road.
Bartlett Farm Road. And it's on the left as you're going up to the farm.
Right.
And it's right away.
Right.
Okay, so I don't have as many. I'm okay with this. I would rather have the front of the house be on Bartlett Farm Road, but you know, this isn't a bad looking silhouette to see. I mean, I don't mind the the only comment I had was actually on the front of the house, which is, I guess, south. If we could see that. Yeah, so the French doors that are in those balconies, I wonder if they couldn't be broken up into 3, and that might relate more to those 2/2 windows. Right now, those doors look very tall and sort of Victorian. Well, it is Victorian, but they look very vertical.
So when you say broken up into 3, you mean instead
Yeah.
of there being 4 panes, there would be 6 panes?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I think that might be handsome. And yeah, I don't have as much problem with this one. So sorry to say.
So,
No, I mean,
Matt doesn't have a problem with that.
I don't know.
So Matt, are you all set, Abby?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks. So Matt, I've said it before. Well, first of all, I appreciate the gray trim. That's good. Appreciate the reduction in height. Would love to see some more if that's possible. So the only thing, again, that I said before is I think that dormer, particularly because it's like basically right in your face when you're driving back from Bartlett Farm, or back from Bartlett Farm, is that big dormer on the back side.
on the north,
I forget the orientation. Let's see.
that one.
That one, yeah. You know, it's just sitting so heavily on top of that roof. There's this massive amount of shingle space between the sill of those windows and where it hits the roof. Either it needs to be pulled further back. I know there's a bedroom in there, but it just seems very large and cumbersome sitting on top of that roof. But that's my main concern. So that, should we make a motion of some kind?
Could I just clarify a few points, just because I'm trying to get this over the finish line. I really appreciate everyone's patience. Just a couple things. One is I would point out this house is 1,680 square feet on the ground, so it's not a big house. Number 2, I think we can actually look at some of the, Diane, your comments about the second floor balconies. I can look at that. Abby, I can also look at the glass pane sizes. You know, we're kind of getting to the point on the second floor where things are starting to not work. So the height part, I feel like I can try, but I don't know how much better I can do. And then finally, Mr. Chair, I love that dormer. I know it's kind of quirky, but I think that's what I love about it, because there's like examples of the back dormer. I know that there's, that one. There's just something I feel like I've seen it, and I can maybe bring in some photographs. And there's something about that I've seen other examples of it that are indicative of kind of a not even necessarily a style, but because it's kind of unique is the thing that I love so much about it. There's also a programmatic part of it that is relative. And I think in order to maintain some square footage in that area on the second floor, I probably have to change the design of that roof line in a way that I think would actually further contribute to the scale and size and presence of this structure. I love the fact that you've got that kind of salt box, and there's some quirkiness to it. So I just don't want you to think that it's something we didn't consider or threw together. And I just there's some I don't know, I like it. So I just don't.
Well, look, I'm pretty sure it started out as a shed, right?
Yeah.
It was a shed originally, yeah.
And it changed to a gable, so I understand that you're, moving it around, but I'm still, I can't say that I'm like completely, I don't
Gotcha.
necessarily agree with you on its appropriateness.
I have another thought, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Matt,
Mhm.
for me, it's the scale seems big, but I know you keep pointing out to me that it's not, and hopefully the polls will help me see that. But I'm looking at your living room, and it's a 1-story living room with a very big roof.
Mm-hmm.
Can that drop down? Because that could really impact the scale from this vista if it slightly dropped or something. It just seems really big as an additive mass next to this house, and there is nothing up there. It's just cathedral, right?
Correct. Yep. I could certainly look at that. I think we actually did, it is dropped slightly, but we can certainly look at dropping the scale, certainly the pitch or something like that, as long as it's all cohesive. And the other thing too is that our curb cut is not on Bartlett Farm Road, and that's just the way that the lot lays out. And Bartlett Farm is a pretty busy road, and I think that if we had to do our curb cut on Bartlett Farm Road, it would really change the presence. I actually think that the presence on the street would be even potentially greater because you'd have to develop the backyard behind that facade. So as far as the curb cut,
you're saying that in reference to Val's suggestion to turn.
correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So it's a challenging site. I mean, it's obviously it's a corner lot. So I think I have enough to go back to. And again, I appreciate everyone's time and patience.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Okay, so let's put this to a vote. Can I have a motion?
Motion to hold so we can see the polls and for a few more revisions.
Sounds good. Thank you. Abby,
Aye.
Aye.
was that an aye, Val?
Yeah.
Okay, Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks,
Talk
Mr.
to you
Chair.
next time. Okay.
Still has more. Yeah.
I'm not going to say this one should be easy, but
Do I have an old list?
all right. Is it Pine Street?
Well, maybe I have an outdated list. My next one was.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right, Mr. Chair. My mistake. We're further down the agenda.
Okay. Gosh, and we may get to you, but we'll see. So the next up is actually 33 Coffin Street, and that's Chip. He's on the dock. I see him there. Okay, board on this one. Everybody ready? Pohl, Coombs, Oliver. Alternates, none. Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I wanted to mention that the Wisconsin Advisory Board took a look at this yesterday.
Oh, okay.
So, but I will mention there may have been a little communication error on my part. So I think they didn't see what I saw.
Okay.
So I apologize. I think they didn't see, I think they had the last set, not this current revision, because they didn't see the new gable dormers on the west elevation. But these were their comments, more comments on the west ridge line. They did like the fact that there's a lot of vegetation that on a secluded lot. But there was a comment about kind of competing centers, which I believe, Mr. Chair, was something that you had mentioned. And then there was too much height throughout.
What does that mean, competing centers?
I guess because there's no real center of the structure. I want to say it was the one that of the facade that faces
West.
Might be the facade. Yeah, the coffin.
Yeah.
I think it was the front.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, west faces Burnell.
Correct. Yes. They did talk a lot about that one, but as far as the comment about the massing was more or less on the facade.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to open up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it does sound like they might have been looking at the last one, because I think the Let's look at the west elevation. I think the comparisons, which are the next page here, are the best ones to look at. If we go right to the last couple, this last one, I think really was the concern of the board on the previous ones. And this was actually, Holly, I thank you for this. This was your suggestion, and it really worked well. So by changing these gable dormers on the west side, I was changing it from the shed to gables, we removed a lot of that sort of linear feel that I think was what was really the board. There were comments in the past of like, there was something that you couldn't put your nail on, it didn't feel right. And I looked at these and I realized, I think it's that the shed dormers were reinforcing that linear line on the west elevation. So we switched to gable dormers. We also, at the same time, you can see we dropped them from a pair of doors to a single door and made them skinnier so that they're smaller. It's a single door, it's a gable dormer. And I just want to point out also that the ridge, the remainder of that ridge that's on that west elevation is exactly the same height as it is now. That where the pencil is right there, that's the only change, is that one corner is extended a little bit further to the south than it is in the existing house. But the height of that ridge, the height of the step down to the right of that, and the height of the step down all the way at the left end are existing. So anyhow, I think that the switch to the single door and the gable dormers and making them smaller really improves that west elevation. I think it's also important to point out that this middle element, that middle gable, we pulled up a little bit more so that it's breaking that ridge. And we were able to actually, by pulling it up a little bit, get a little bit of a break line between that mass and the porch right at the bottom of the rake, which helps read as a separate element with the porch, as opposed to, you can see just the one above that where they sort of meld together. So I don't know, I think it's a huge improvement. I think that the gable dormers and the fact that they're smaller with the single door and that their gables really makes it work.
Hey, thank you very much. Could you tell me, Chip, what is the height of that ridge that's running, the controversial ridge? What's the ridge height of that?
Oh gosh.
Not noted.
No, it's existing. I don't know. I'm sorry. It's if I had to guess, I'm going to say it's around 20 feet or so. But that's let's see if we have that. Maybe that's on.
Well, I'm trying to scale it with respect to your doors and stuff. So
yeah.
Okay, I'm going to open it up to the board, and so there's two other members, Diane and Val.
I need to see the front.
Oh,
we manipulate it ourselves. It's hard to, I guess, stop there. Okay. I think the front, or whatever elevation this is, I don't know, is fine.
It is the front. That's the side that faces Coffin Street.
Right. I knew that, but I didn't know if it was west, south, east, north, whatever. The one we just looked at, I think, Chip, the reason it's successful is because you dropped the end pieces down, as opposed when you first came in, first submission, it was from one end to the other, front to back, one roof line. And where you're at now is I think much better. And I do agree with you. I think that the single door gable dormers are more appropriate.
Yeah, agree. That's it?
Yeah, because the other elevations we can't see, I'm sure of it.
That's definitely true. How about you, Diane? Diane, you must be muted.
She's muted.
Yeah, let me get you off mute here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there you go. Oh. Wait, no. Okay. Oh, God.
Hold on, Diane.
There you go.
Nope. Back muted again.
Okay.
There you
I
go.
think the new elevation is good with the little gables. I think it makes the whole roof look shorter. And that little corner that you added on breaks that roof line down really well, I think. Yeah, right there. And the chimney coming down, it does not look, and it's got to be the same height as the early one, but it looks much better. So the doors are good, and I don't mind the balconies up there. I think that it is appropriate, the current submission. That's what I think.
Well, that sounds good because I think that we've beaten Chip up enough on this one. And I do like the gable dormers. I think that they're an improvement. So I'm ready to go if you guys.
So make a motion to approve as submitted.
That sounds good to me. How about you, Val?
I agree with Diane.
Great, thank you. Diane, you're in favor of your motion?
Yep,
Yeah.
aye.
Chairs in favor, motion carries. There you go, Chip. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Have a beautiful evening.
Thanks, you too. Okay, the next one, Diane, you're chairing the next one. And you have Val and Stephen. TJ is not here. You do have a quorum. Do we have anybody on board from Smith and Hutton to?
Yeah, Scott, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah, there he is. So, okay, I'm off this. So Diane, if you could take the reins.
I do this one and the next one, and you do the last two.
Yeah, but I don't think we're going to get that far. It's quarter of. We'll see how this one goes, and then we'll figure it out.
Okay.
All right.
Where is he who's
Madam
going to
Chair,
represent?
I just wanted to mention that the historic structures did take a look at this.
Yeah. Yeah. Scott Hutton, yes. I don't see my face, but it doesn't matter.
We see you. We see you.
Okay. So, what did you do since last time?
Do you want me to start? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Get to the elevation.
You want to start?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so first of all, I wanted to clarify the location of the project. It is at the kind of the middle of Washington Street Extension. And I think there was thought that it was actually on. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so this house is next to the yacht club. It's just northwest of the yacht club, so it's pretty far down, and it's surrounded by large structures.
There's some feedback.
Background. Is that better?
Are you okay? Where'd you go?
I'm having a delay in my voice. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That was feedback. My voice came out about a minute after I spoke. Sorry for that. I don't know what's going on, but I'll start again. Yeah, so the house is located next to the yacht club, and the surrounding buildings, there's a contextual photo of the neighbors. It's the smallest, this would be the smallest, remain the smallest house in the neighborhood. What was requested in this version was to simplify the base. Ray had originally asked for vertical boards, 4 square, so we changed them to natural weathering material. The other comment was that the base was busy because the house is elevated because of FEMA. And we simplified the brick piers by eliminating the center piers and keeping them only at the corners. And we felt that gave definition to the architecture without being busy. And I just wanted to quickly address the FEMA issue. We did get documentation, confirmations from the engineers, et cetera, at this FEMA line, and it does force us to have a clear 5 feet below the structure. So it's forcing us to raise the house. But despite that, we are still only at 28.2, which still keeps this ridge smaller than most of its surrounding neighbors. There's documentation for window mullions. We are recommending SDLs, simulated divided lights. We use them on the garage that sits actually on Washington Extension, closer to the road. And we use Marvin units there. We're recommending using Norwood here because we've found it to be a higher quality window. We've submitted the mullions. I think Stephen had asked for mullion details. They look more like a traditional Nantucket and Boston sash detail, so we thought they were more appropriate. We're fine going back to the Marvin, but it's really it was a quality decision to use Norwood. The elevation, all the skirts on all the elevations have been updated accordingly.
Okay. Val, you want to begin?
Well, it's hard because I can't see what I'm looking at, but I am really struggling with the skirt. I know we haven't come up with any guidelines yet, but it's really, really, to me, taking away from the facade of this house. And I am not sure I agree with you about fewer posts. I can't put my finger on it. And again, it's because of a scale thing. I'm looking at it and it's this big.
What about if they use the old hats, cross hats?
The what?
The old cross hats, trellis type of skirt in there. The kind they used to line houses with.
I don't know
so
what
the water.
That is. So I think that's really what's drawing my eye. It's all I see is this vertical skirt. And I understand that, you know, you have to do something. It's just, I'm not sure about that. And in terms of SDL, I think it's far enough off the road that I'm not sure you're going to discern that. Is there any way you could make the facade that faces the street true divided light and the rest SDL? Because it is ROH, right?
Yes.
Yes.
The garage that's sitting on Washington is presently SDL. And this house is further
And that
from
has
Washington.
how many windows? Like 2?
It has 3. But it is close to the road.
I think I'm gonna have to pull it up myself on my computer so I can make any other comments because I'm not able to see it as
I'll go over to Val.
You can come back.
Okay, Val.
That was
I'll come
me.
back.
Yeah.
Abby. Abby.
I don't think she's sitting on this one.
It's
Stephen?
Stephen, I believe.
Hey, so Madam Chair,
Yeah.
I'm a day late and $1 short on this because I was reading through and it says Mullen at the end of all this and it says Camp and Dutra. But then I noticed that Abby is not at her screen right now. She's not there. So I don't think it would be fair to bring her in because she hasn't heard any of the discussion.
No. We'll have Steve. He's here.
Who?
Stephen.
Steve.
Oh, Stephen's here. Yeah. So there you go.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would agree with Val's comments with respect to that south elevation. I think at least with respect to the columns, I think having the two smaller columns, brick columns under the flanking columns on the front porch were beneficial. I want to back up. I appreciate the engineer certification of the base flood elevation. And I think that that's an important aspect of moving forward with these applications, wherever we have that type of a problem to solve. Bear with me, I want to look at the site plan. I am a little bit familiar with the Norwood windows. The STL profile of the Muttons is definitely more historically correct. I'm not suggesting that they're TDLs in any way, shape, or form, but they are more correct certainly than the Marvins that tend to be used. And based on the fact that it's so distant from the street and there are Marvins on the site, I guess I'm not as concerned. And I should add that the shed and the garage apartment are in between Washington Street extension and the house. I am a strong proponent of the TDLs in the historic district, anywhere where that they can be seen. Let's see. I mentioned the south elevation. I believe the previously submitted old business of March 3rd was more appropriate. I think that there will be a quieting effect between, with respect to the skirt, based on the fact that it's natural to weather with a 1/2 inch. I think it's, I believe it's square four sides with a 1/2 inch spacing. I think it says 1.5. That may be too large. And then the brick is to be as applied for as a Quaker gray.
Yes.
And I would say that I appreciate the AC units being removed from the application. Those should certainly be a separate application, as should the deck structure for the AC units. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a site plan, Holly?
And Madam Chair, if I may just notate, the architect was at the HSAB meeting yesterday, so he's aware of their comments. But for your knowledge, they did mention that they would like to have the ACs and the meter boxes not on the facade, on the street side and the water side, so to have them on the ends, on the sides.
Right. I think that's a good thing, and I think we have certain sort of things that we try to do, keep, and the whether the garage has SDLs or not defined, but I think that the front of the house should have TDLs because that's what we require in the old historic district. This is not some off building this is across the street or next to the yacht club. And it will command a certain amount of visibility. So
Trying to find a site plan. I only saw the existing conditions. Is there a site plan included?
Yeah.
I haven't seen one.
No, I just saw the existing conditions. Unless I'm overlooking it, I apologize.
I'm sorry, it was in the packet, but I don't see it either.
Okay, is this it? Yep. Yep.
Yep,
Site plan.
that's it.
Sorry.
Okay, well, my statement holds about the windows, TDLs on the front and STLs around. The rest of it, and I don't know. He's got a thing that says it has to be up 5 feet. The I don't know what else you could have except a solid thing with the panels that break out. Is that, Holly, is that still a rule that you can have in the skirt panels, a panel with the breakout?
Breakaway, yes. Now, of course, see, again, this also goes back to no guidelines. You know, what exactly are you all going to be wanting? This is obviously to think about.
Well, you know, to every suggestion we've had, we're not allowed to have. So I'd like to see some sort of something to break up that verticality. But what can people do? I mean, are they allowed to plant something?
I don't know why not. What would the plant have to do with?
Well, if you plant it in front of all those vertical boards, it would at least mitigate this. It looks like a rocket. And it's not
right. And
it's nobody's fault. We don't have any regulations yet, except, I don't know.
I would go with you on that because I don't think it would harm it. If there was a flood, I don't think a hydrangea or a climbing hydrangea or a hosta, any of those things would hurt.
There is presently no restriction for planting. We're actually planning on planting in front of that porch. You can see some paving shown, but we could pull that back and have densely landscaped in front of it and surrounding most of the house. That's what we would like to do anyway. Mm-hmm.
How's that sound, Val?
I guess that's really all you can do. You know, I don't have a suggestion that's acceptable. So anything to mitigate that is good.
So Val, do you think a few feet, a couple of feet, a few feet tall?
What of what?
Yeah. Plant material? Because if it's 4 or 5 feet, the house is going to look like it's floating.
No, but if you
wait, say that again. Sorry.
I'm just looking for a little. As potentially moving forward, I'm trying to understand with respect to the height of planting material, and then also the density. Is the idea that it will be of some height to mitigate the verticality here, but it's not necessarily a 5-foot tall hedge across the front, so that it looks like the house is floating on grass, on privet?
No, 2 to 4 feet in, not a straight line, not a hedge, all that. Just Nantucket plants run between 2.5 to 3.5 feet. That would break that up. No hedge. How does that sound, Steve?
Yeah, that sounds good. That's what I was trying to figure out, is what we were talking about. I thought that that's what Val was saying, but Scott had replied about dense planting. So I wanted to make sure we were giving him clear indication. I think that the idea of some vegetation up there certainly helps. You know, I'm sure they're going to do something tasteful. This is, or I presume they're going to do something tasteful.
They always do.
Yeah. So, and then, so the only other issue is the TDL in the front, and striking the AC platforms and the AC from, just clarifying that that's not part of this application.
Right. He said it was removed.
Yeah.
So anybody care to make a motion and have TDLs on the front, SDLs on the rest? Planting individual plants on the front, running between 2 and 3.5, 4 feet high.
And no AT or platform.
Yeah, no AT on this elevation. I mean, excuse me, on this application.
That's my
Madam Chair,
That's
a
my
point of
motion, Madam Chair.
sorry, point of clarification on the SDLs versus TDLs. Are you all just wanting the TDLs on the elevation facing Washington Street and not also on the water side?
Yeah.
No, yeah,
Just-
not on the
just-
water.
Not on the water side. Okay.
So the south, it would be the south elevation.
Thank you. I apologize.
No, it's fine.
So
So
do
that
you
would be
want
my
to-
motion.
Motion? All right, Val. what's your-
Aye.
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 Stephen and me, aye. So all three of us are ayes. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
Ray's computer died, so he said, can we close the meeting after this application and continue to Thursday? He's sorry.
oh, I bet. Yes, I guess we could do that. All right, so this one is 37 Ocean Ave.
So we're
Roof-
not gonna start, we're not gonna continue?
Oh, no, that's 23 Pine View, which
Yeah.
is you.
Hold on a
Steve-
sec, sorry. Kathy keeps waving.
I didn't put these on the agenda for Thursday, so they'll have to go over. Thursday's agenda's already posted.
Okay, 7 and 8 will have to go over, right?
6, 7, and 8.
Those are 7, 8, the 37 Ocean Ave with the solar panels.
Well, it would be 6, 7, and 8 because
Yeah, and we'll do number 6, 23 Pine Street right now, if Matt's still here.
Matt is still here.
I'll call you back. Bye. Yep, I'm still here.
Okay, let's throw it up there, sir.
I can't put it up there. So I'll just start, Madam Chair, if you want.
We don't see
Yep.
anything yet.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
It's
Okay.
amazing. Wait till you see it. It's gonna be unbelievable.
I agree.
Kidding. It's just for the color of the shutters in the front door.
Much better.
Great.
Not the turquoise.
Is that Tootie?
That's that Bandersnatch. Mine, Border
Oh.
Terrier.
Great name. So, Madam Chair, it's just the color. We had been here previously with the kind of that,
Essex green.
yeah, we showed them up, and actually we did find the Farrell and Ball color, which I really liked, Abby. But we kind of they landed on this Essex green, so which I think is definitely different from.
Perfectly permissible.
But only
very
one door is staying white
Well,
on the front of the house.
the thought behind that, Val, was that when it looked like when we painted those green, it almost, I mean, the way I see that enclosure is as if it was a porch that was enclosed. And when it looked green, it almost looked like it was trying to be like a front door, whereas opposed to like being an enclosed kind of porch. So we wanted to almost look more like a window was the thought behind it anyways.
Madam Chair, if I may just let the board know that the advisory board did take a look at this yesterday, and they were wondering why there were two different colors, and that they mentioned that both doors should be the same color. So on that note.
I mean, you
They
just,
were suggesting that.
So, could I say something or am I muted?
Here, shut the door.
No,
would you?
you're there.
Am I? I think that Matt has a point. I think that the green is going to be overwhelming, even though we probably won't see it behind the hedge. But I'm just thinking if I think about it as trim, you know, and the trim is white, the shutters are really decorative. I can see the door being white. I kind of agree with how it is presented.
and if I could also just add one more thing is to your point, that there's definitely a fence that's at the 3-foot height. And the idea is that the glass size, and this was a recommendation from the board, to make the French doors 4-light so that they emulate the 4-light, mulled units on the left and right. So that when you see if you do see any portion of it, it looks as if it's more like a bank of
Like a window. Yeah.
So
I'm
what's
okay with
your
it. I don't
push?
care.
Keeping the double doors white and the front doors green. Yes?
Also, it separates it. It makes it more of a sun porch, sort of an add-on. It's like it's been added on, even though.
Yeah.
That was the idea.
So,
That's why we have those pilasters, and the columns are actually literally designed. They kind of turn the corner so that the idea was that it looked as if it was literally a front 4-pitch porch that was later enclosed. So that's why even we have that water table around the perimeter to emulate the first floor deck.
I'll make a motion to approve it, and I'll eat my hat if it doesn't work.
okay. And you vote aye, right?
Aye, yes.
All right, Val.
I'm just not sure.
I think that's a no.
No, I'm just not sure.
Oh.
So
Well-
Matt, what about just with respect to cohesiveness? I think that I agree that the concept of separating out with white the porch accomplishes that goal of telling a story, to fill in the water table. That's successful. But what about the idea of maybe, have you considered the windows on the house, the front, at least the front facade, the sash would be green? I mean, it's appropriate to that style of home. It'd be a little more cohesive. I'm fine with it the way it is, but I am throwing that out there.
I would just say that.
I think that, you know, it's like a balance here with the color, and I think the green on the sashes might be over the top. It's like.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
I don't have anything to add. I don't think.
I like the green. I'm just not sure about leaving that white, but everybody else vote.
Yeah, I mean, we did draw it as green, and actually when I first saw it, I was like, whoa, because it started to make that that almost started to make it look as if it was more important than it's supposed to. Where the way that the landscape and the gate work is, we're trying to orient people, you know, towards this door here, and this is kind of supposed to be kind of secondary, if you will. So it just kind of popped out, and again, the visibility, I think, with the fence at a minimum, the fence line, your 36-inch tall fence comes along here, and then you got the gate, and then it, you know, goes over there. So anyway,
Motion to approve is submitted.
Someone wants something. I'll go along with that. Where's our chairperson?
She's muted.
Oh, Diane?
Yep, here I am.
Hi.
My dog was barking. I can
Oh,
hardly play
we
off.
have a motion on the floor from Stephen.
Right. I heard it. You just couldn't hear me. So, and you're voting for it, Valerie.
I'm gonna not vote at all. What do you call
You're
that?
going to abstain.
Yeah.
And Stephen, did I ask you?
I'm an aye, Madam Chair.
All right, and I'm an aye too.
Thank you all. Have a great night. Thanks for
Thanks,
working as
Matt.
hard as you do. I know it's a long night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
So there we are. We will,
Motion to adjourn?
You want to approve
we'll
the,
make a motion.
Oh, wait, you want us to do minutes?
Well, Madam Chair, with respect to the minutes, revisions were made that haven't been circulated, so I would ask that they be held until the revisions are circulated.
Have a vote quick. Val,
Okay.
Abby,
Aye.
Steve,
Aye.
me, aye. Okey dokey.
Now
So
can
that's
we
it.
motion to adjourn?
yeah,
Val,
On that
yes.
motion? Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Steven,
Aye.
me, aye. So there we are adjourned. Thank you
Thanks.
very
Good
much.
night. Goodbye.
Night, night.
Goodbye. Thank you, Holly. Thank you, Kathy.
welcome. Bye.
Thank you, all of us who's still here. Come on, don't. Come on. Come on, Ben. They're not on it. Jesus Christ.